Yes, yes, yes. Welcome to the stream. How are we all? What's going on? Welcome. Happy Tuesday. I am hoping that this week I'm going to have a full week of streaming. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be the first time that this has ever happened, even when I was streaming full time. Possibly. Don't know. Also got new glasses. Check these out. Pretty good, aren't they? They're a lot more loose around my temple, so hopefully it's not going to be cutting off the blood to my brain and giving me headaches and shit. I've also got my eye drops. You know, man's getting medicated, and I still got loads of energy, which is popping. Now I wonder if I'm just going to zoom in here. Yeah, they lied. They lied at the opticians. They said that these were non-reflection lenses. They were like, yeah, your viewers definitely won't be able to see what's reflected in your glasses. I mean, you can't if I'm like facing this way, but you can if I'm facing this way. You can see like these lines. Anyway, whatever. Who cares? £5.70 a month. You know? Anyway. Whatever. Whatever. Hello everyone who's in the stream, by the way. Hello Catgirl Steph. Hello Frazo. Hello Reaverclaw. Hello Vord. Good to see you. Want to say that after some really fucking despondent times due to Labour going hard transphobic, your new video about Bob Villain, Kneecap and Glasto really gave me hope. Good, yeah, no, that's the point of it. Like, at the end of the day, we have to remember that the majority of people in our countries are just like sound. They're not like horrible, hateful people. I was watching Hassan react to a video the other day. It was Saturday, the last time I watched him stream. He was reacting to a video that someone made, which is pretty good. And it's basically talking about how people who were in like Asmongold's community were like so hateful, and like all they're doing is like constantly engaging in hateful content, engaging in like nasty, like horrible thoughts about other human beings. And there's like studies that have been done that prove that stuff makes you feel like shit. So even if someone does have like horrible, like intense opinions about a person or a set of people, it's eventually just gonna like, it's gonna lead to them just like getting so tired and burnt out and feeling horrific and bad. So you know, it's not sustainable. It's simply not sustainable. And I think the majority of the people of our countries, like and just like the world, not even like, I hate to say our countries, I think just like all over the world, I think the only country that has like a majority amount of people who like really are just like so hateful is Israel. And of course, as we know, that's not a real country. Love your new specs. Getting a new pair myself on Friday. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, nice. I just took them off then because I just noticed I've just like put my steroids up my nose, my meds for my eustachian tubes, and I was like, oh damn, why does it feel like it's blocked? And I was like, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't have like glasses on while I'm trying to like inhale a drug up my nose, right? Makes sense, doesn't it? What else was I gonna say? Yeah, thank you to everyone who's watched the videos so far. Really appreciate that. It was good to see Vord and Kat in the stream chat. Cat girl Steph. What am I on about? It's because your name's Cat Cattington on YouTube. I got confused. And that was good. I tried to make seitan. I don't know, did I speak to you about this yesterday? I can't remember. Sorry if I've said this before, but tried to make seitan this weekend, and it went very, very badly. Not very, very badly. It was mentioned. Okay, fair enough. I apologize in that case. It just went pretty. It didn't go very badly. It just went pretty badly. It was like I was rushing around trying to do stuff. I was trying to do the news for Red Planet, and I was trying to just like chill out and like not really do anything because I knew that I've been like streaming and editing and making videos and all this kind of business for like a whole week. So I was trying to be chill and hang out and not do too much. So I think that's why I just half-arsed it. But it's good to know that I know how to kind of do it. I kind of know how to do it now. I think I just messed up on like one of the steps. It's getting the flour in with the water seemed like the most annoying and confusing part, and I don't know why that is. So I've done that and proved to myself that that's not hard. So that was good. And I think I just messed up on understanding like the kneading. I think I didn't knead it enough, maybe. Like it wasn't like a solid ball of dough. It was just like quite loose. So I think like in order to wash the dough properly, it has to be more solid. So I think I have to just like knead it properly next time. Because it was when I started washing it, it was like everything just started going wrong. It just started getting so gloopy. And then like I was like, right, okay, I'll leave it out to dry, leave it in a colander. And then all the dough just like seeped out of the colander. And it was like in the middle of Red Planet, I went to check on the seitan, and it was just like, I lifted up the colander and there was just all these strings coming off. It was like a jellyfish. I was like, ugh. It was crazy. So that sucked. But I will get it right. I will get it right. I'm determined to go vegan. It's gonna happen. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. It is gonna happen. Because also the thing is that now that I can't have any supplements, as soon as I start to eat seitan, which has got like pound for pound way more protein than any other meat at all, I will be able to go and start bodybuilding in the gym again, which is what I'm really looking forward to, you know? And it will be all like natural. Like I know that when people say natty or juice, like they're talking about steroids. I've never done steroids for, you know, I've never done testosterone or steroids for the gym or whatever. But you know, I guess like I've used protein powder and creatine and all that stuff. I don't know. It will be healthy for my liver. It will be healthy for me, healthy for my liver, etc., etc. So. Saw a video yesterday about how they're making clothes and fake bacon out of mushroom stems. Yeah, I've heard of that. I've definitely heard of that. That looks and sounds pretty good. We have got a bunch of stuff to get through in the news. I'm always kind of wary of like starting so soon because I know, like I've had a little look at the, oh shit, do you know what? There's an excuse to stall for a little bit, isn't there? That's not right. I need to reset that for the month. Need to reset that goal for the month. Let's get on the Streamlabs dashboard real quick. Don't mind me, chat. How are you all doing? What are you up to? What's your day looking like? What was your evening like yesterday? What did you do? Excuse me. Hal Action Vid's got 7,000 views. That's really good. I think we were just at 7,000 views yesterday. But I'm also noticing that my my community posts are getting more and more likes as well. So that's really good. Extremely based. Right, let me make this new thing. Hang on. Chat box. What do I want? Alert box, widgets, all widgets. Yeah. Tip goal. Okay. End goal. End after 31st of July. Starting amount 0. You know what? We didn't hit the goal last month, so I'm gonna keep it to 500. And I'm not gonna make people feel under pressure. Maybe we'll just call it monthly dono goal. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to make people feel under pressure like they have to donate. We just have it like that. That'll be fine. Also, I wonder if it will be normal this time. You know? Remember? You know what I'm talking about? Like the pi number that was in the pence for some reason. Hopefully that's not going to be a case this month. All right, well, I've done that. And that's not really... It's not really left. The reason why I'm talking about stalling is because when you look at the analytics, it takes about an hour for you to hit your sort of like max viewers of what you're going to hit. And that's kind of like the time that you want to be doing, I guess, like starting the stuff. I don't know. Do you think I'm thinking about it too much? Do you think that matters? Do you think it's good to just like chill and wait? Or... I don't know. I'm trying to like unlearn a lot of stuff that I taught myself about streaming, and just come back to it with like a fresh head, a fully fresh head. Already seen something incredibly funny about Glastonbury. Was up from Philippines. Hello, Azelis Arts. How are you doing? Welcome in. Cheese Taco says, if you didn't dress up as Kratos for Halloween, you're passing golden opportunities. The only reason that I don't do that is because so many people say that. That's literally just it. It's just an annoying refusal to go with popular opinion. It's the anarchist in me. Welcome to the stream anyway. How are you doing? Something to keep in mind, don't stressing yourself out ain't good either. I mean, I'm not stressing myself out. I'm actually really enjoying streaming. I'm enjoying streaming more than I did when I came back to it in January. I came back to it in January and I was like, I'm still not well. This is hard. And I don't know, I guess like I was going through a bunch of stuff as well, and my partner was going through a bunch of stuff as well. So that sucked. I mean, my partner's going through some pretty crap stuff at the minute, but you know, luckily I've actually got like energy now. Like I feel better in myself as a person, you know, to be able to like be on here and actually make content and whatnot. And like I didn't just do like 4 hours of streaming yesterday, chat. I did 4 hours of streaming and then edited that video all night. You know, it's like a full day's work, and I'm like just feeling normal. It's great. Got like normal energy levels again. I genuinely can't tell you how good it is. Genuinely. Thank you for retweeting the video, Reaver Claw. Appreciate that. Don't forget, new folks in the chat, I got a new video out. You could go and watch that quickly while I'm warming up, or you can stay in here with me. It's up to you. You know, we're going to be checking out a bunch of stuff. I'll tell you what we're going to be checking out today. As it says down below, we're going to be looking at the big, beautiful bill in America. We're also going to be looking at the welfare reform cuts in the UK. I think we're just going to briefly look at that. And we are going to then check out some very British brain rot that we discovered the other day, which is this, like, guy who is, I don't know, older than me by a significant margin, who calls himself centrist dad, and he just seems like he has like a terrible take on Glastonbury. So we're gonna watch that and react to that, and maybe you'll see that on the clips channel as well. I don't know. If not Kratos, what about Master Roshi? Master Roshi's a good shout, even though he's like an old sex pervert. That's the only thing that puts me off doing a Master Roshi one. It would be really easy, like, especially... Yo, check this out, actually.
It's me, Satan. Thanks for the money.
Reaver Claw! Thank you so much for the £6.66. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Everybody, don't forget, you can support me by subbing off Twitch. You can support me by going to Patreon and becoming a patron. That really helps me out, and you get loads of bonus content. Oh, that's what I'm going to be doing tonight. I'm going to be doing my review of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. Yeah, I forgot all about that. I was so excited to get the Bob Villain video out last night that I was just like, yeah, okay. That's it now. No more content for the week. I also got, like, self-employed work to do for my dad. My dad hired me to make some music videos. I don't know if anyone ever... I don't know if I've mentioned that. By the way, you're never seeing those videos. Who's Eric Rowan from WWE? Oh shit, look at this guy. Yeah, this guy actually looks like me a bit. Yeah. I am actually that hench. That's the thing. That's the thing. I am actually that hench. My beard is not that ginger though. So, you know. That's the only fall down. That's the only downfall there. Also, he's got that thing going on where he doesn't really have, like, hair. This is always something that, like, shocks me. Wait, is that true? Is that just, like, a bad picture? This guy looks like, if anyone remembers my friend The Dukes, another streamer on here. He does, like, gaming stuff. No, he doesn't. It was just, like, a bad picture. It was just a... Oh, no, wait, what? Oh, no, it's there. Yeah. I thought he had one of them weird things where he doesn't have, like... You know... What the fuck does hench mean? Like, jacked. What are you, where are you from? Are you from the States? It means jacked. It means muscly. Huge. Big. Like hench, like a henchman. That's what it means. Anyway. See a lot of bad stuff around and wanted to spread the good. Yeah, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. I don't really have, like... what was I going to say? I did want to start watching a new anime. You're from America. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. No worries. No worries. I did want to start watching a next anime. I've been meaning to... Oh, I was going to show you this. I got proper excited. Sorry, ADHD mode is going mental today. Also, chat, I got these new glasses, and I'm not sure how I feel about these, to be honest. I think I feel, like, a little less excited about these. I mean, they're not so bad. What do you think? I mean, against these are obviously the superior glasses, obviously. But these are just like my old ones, right? You know? I don't know. What do you think? These? But these are obviously much better. Those are neat. All right, thank you. You made me feel better about them already. Right, here's the thing. This is what I was going to show you. Check this out. I didn't even know that these came with... this. I'm so happy because at the fucking opticians, they were like, hey, do you want transition lenses? And I was like, nah, don't worry, I'm cisgender. Oh, that was so funny. Ha ha, hee hee. Anyway. What they mean is the turn into sunglasses lenses, right? But what you get with these, I didn't even know this. Check this out. You got fucking sunglasses anyway! It's so good! I was gonna say, this is what would make it very easy to do the Master Roshi one. The Master Roshi cosplay. Fancy dress. But, yeah. That's crazy. I love this shit. This is so cool. Like, what? They're just magnet. It's just a magnet. And you can be like... This is ingenious. I literally didn't even know that they had this. I'm so happy with it. I've never been more happy with a pair of glasses in my entire life. Genuinely. I've just noticed that the green screen is a bit crap on the vertical stream, so... You knew there were clip-ons, but not magnets? Yeah, these are magnets. Like, just genius. Absolutely genius. I can't believe it. A rare, funny trans joke. Don't you know that humor is illegal now? I don't know. Was that... I feel bad about it. Was that like an okay joke? I don't want to be... It feels like I'm not punching down, you know? It feels like it's just like a thing that you would, you know... I feel like it's not at the expense of trans people. Joke was okay. See, it wasn't funny, but it was okay, and that's what matters. But yeah, never be afraid to call me out. Yeah, because it's you that makes the stream, not me. Not me. Right, okay, what we up to? It's half an hour. Let's get into the stuff. Let's get into it. Now, what I was hoping to do was I was hoping to like look at the Senate floor live stream and also the Parliament House of Commons live stream. But it turns out that one is vastly more entertaining than the other. So I don't know how this is going to be. I don't know if this is because it's early. I don't know if because people have gone to vote for the big beautiful bill. I don't know why it's happened like that. But that's what it is. Right. So, here we've got US Senate holding a vote-a-rama on Donald Trump's big beautiful bill. There is no audio to this. Oh, by the way, we got Tom Cam on up there, but you're not getting it until... Hang on. You are not getting it until... Why does it do that rolling shutter thing? Why does it do that? Luxury soundproof sleeping place. Yeah, that's what he's got. Why does it always do that rolling shutter thing? Anti-flicker. 50 hertz. I don't know why it does that. I just don't know why it does that. That's the right exposure to stop the flicker. If I bring the brightness down. Oh yeah, there you go. Contrast. There you go. That looks how it looks in real life. Pretty much. But you're only getting that. You're only getting the Tom Cam when we get £30 in donations. I think £30 is reasonable. Anyway. Right, there's no audio on this, so we're going to go right to the British House of Commons. Let's see what they're saying.
Reduce the appalling disability employment gap. Again, not approved on by the government, by the opposition. Still remaining at 28, 29% or thereabouts for 15 years that they were in power. And the commitment, and this is really important, the commitment to safeguarding, which is one of the key measures within the Green Paper. And of course, there's the other work that the government is undertaking in other departments, increasing NHS capacity to ensure that, for example, the hip or knee replacements or mental health support is available in weeks, as it was when I was an NHS chair under the former Labour government as well. In weeks, we were dealing with these things, not the years that people are having to wait now. The Employment's Right Bill, the Industrial Strategy, and I could go on. However, the bill, as it is currently planned, risks undermining some of these excellent initiatives.
They're going to vote against the bill, I think.
Lady giving way, and I know she's always fair-minded in this chamber and outside. She'll recognise that 2.5, possibly as many as 3 million additional...
Look how few Conservatives are in there.
The workforce under the last Conservative government. Does she share my concerns that the bill today could actually undermine the ability of people with disabilities to enter the labour market?
I think that's what we've got to make sure doesn't happen. Okay, I mean, there are risks, and I'm being very honest about that. As the evidence that my committee has received as part of our Pathways to Work inquiry, we are an ageing society with worse health than other advanced economies as a result of the austerity policies of the previous government, including the cuts in support to working age people. There's a really good report, 28 reports, so pre-pandemic, If we increased the health of the worst health areas in the country, we would be increasing our productivity by over 13 billion.
This is just basic stuff. It stresses me out so much that they're just like...
We look at that in the round. And of course this was
only just discussing this.
Very quickly. Is that next round?
Making and health support being redirected towards more deprived areas. That's exactly the announcement that the Secretary of State for Health made just last week. So does she welcome that and think that that will aid in supporting and improving the health outcomes of people in deprived areas?
No, but how's that going to be implemented?
Following, I haven't yet seen details of that, but that was something that I've raised. And we see the funding following, as we know there was. I'm going to...
You know, it's just so obvious that, like, this bill... For those of you that don't understand what this bill is, I know that there's some people from America, there's some people from the Philippines here. If you don't understand what this is about, the British UK government is trying to bring in a bill that would take thousands of pounds of disability, extra personal independence payments off disabled people. It's not been presented as that. The way that they're presenting it is, we need to get people back into work, but these cuts to personal independence payments will be happening to people who are working. There are disabled people who are currently working, and they get personal independence payments because they want to work, they're able to work, but they're so disabled that they have to have assistance in, you know, everyday life, outside of work, inside of work, so they have extra costs that they will need to be paying for, and that's what the government is subsidising them for with the personal independence payments. The personal independence payments have still not been good enough, but this new bill seeks to, you know, save £2 billion somehow, and everybody's take on it, including mine, is that it is going to be used to go into defence spending. Defense against what, you ask? Nothing. There are no countries in the world that are threatening the UK. Literally none. Doesn't exist. We have no concerns in terms of defense and, you know, possible military action against us. It's absurd. So taking from the poor to give to military that we don't need, it's a load of shit. It's a load of crap. Oh shit, what happened then? Why did that happen? I don't want to hear James O'Brien.
For that process. I also, at one stage in my life, was diagnosed with complex PTSD and suffered for about 15 years of extreme mental health, which I have openly shared in this chamber. So I understand how people can have unforeseen circumstances that can impact them. I saw this early from a young age, growing up, when my dad died and left my mum and me and my two brothers on our own with literally nothing. We had a roof over our head, and I watched my mum go without
Hey Johnny, what's going on?
Food on our table.
I think the bill is going to be finished off. I think everyone's going to vote against it. Not everybody, but...
she had at that time was a lifeline. She couldn't possibly see a way through it if we hadn't have had it. I grew up...
Oh, Fraser's saying, what's the big beautiful bill about? I've seen it mentioned a few times, but other than sounding very Trumpy, I have no idea what it is. Oh boy. The big beautiful bill is $18 billion to ICE. I think it's either $18 billion or $8 billion. I can't remember. It's a lot of money to ICE. Might be $8 billion. And general deportation infrastructure apparatus. There is also going to be a full cut in funding to trans healthcare across the board. They are also putting money into... Oh, what are they putting money into? I think it's like military recruitment. It's just got loads of stuff that everything that Trump wanted to put through in there. Like when he came into government, he was like, you know, this is the campaign that we run on. No more transgenders, no more immigrants. Get rid of them all. Like that's what the big beautiful bill is about. And I think there's defense spending in there, Israel support, all this kind of stuff. So yeah, it's bad.
A lot of people that don't need it, in my firm view. It should always provide an incentive for people to return to work where it is possible. I understand there will be some people that will never be able to be in a situation of work, and we should support them there. And the government figures this year in April stated that 46.5 billion in 2019-2020 was the total cost of health-related benefits, which has risen to 75 billion in this year, just gone, and is expected to rise to 97.7 billion by 29 to 30. On this trajectory, that will have doubled in almost a decade. And the OBR predicts that the government's welfare reforms will still increase costs by 5.3%, while we've got a 1.6% GDP expected growth. So I know the Secretary of State agrees that welfare needs reforming, because on the 19th of July she sent a dear colleague letter explaining a system that they believe was right. We then received one on the 26th of June saying the system's different and the system's changed. In the space of a week, if the Secretary of State has had to change her mind to her approach, how can we believe that that system and the one putting forward now is right? I don't.
Now, I don't know who this is.
I don't believe that. And it's not a serious
making a good point. He looks like a fucking blue Labour guy.
So we've talked about
still
the
makes
social
sense.
security system. So the government forecast this current year, 25 to 26, of social security system cost is £316 billion. Today we are discussing something that doesn't do 1%, or it's about 1% reform to that cost. That is not reform. That is tinkering around the edges, and I know we'll hear many different
I mean, he could be like a psycho, and he could be like, we need to cut more disability.
My friend for giving way. Would you agree with me that given the rather botched nature which the
whatever happens, this bill needs to die.
government have dealt with this,
And the Labour government needs to go along with it.
scale of the changes which need to be made, the government will just move away from any meaningful reform, deeming it to be too difficult or too hot to handle. That does no service to those who are in receipt of benefits, and certainly no benefit to taxpayers.
I think the honourable gentleman is right in that. The government have a huge majority, and they have a chance to reform welfare. And if they don't take it at this moment, it will not get reformed. And I believe pausing this would probably get support of many people across the House, going back, looking at assessment process that can actually look at who requires it and who doesn't, plan that system out before then looking at implementing this, to do a multi-staged approach. And I do respect the Minister and looking forward to the Tim's review, but we might as well make you the chair of the Select Committee as well. It's like marking your own homework on this. And we need to have a fair approach to take that forward, and this system isn't the one that's doing it. And I believe in welfare, and I'm proud that we have welfare and provide, and have been the receipt of good welfare system, that we have welfare to support the people that need it. It must be affordable, it must be sustainable, and where possible should put people back into work. And I don't believe any of these changes are going to do that, and I believe, hand on heart, if every...
He's still towing the shit line of, oh, we need to get disabled people back into work. Like, it's still a crap line, but you know, the vote is going to be against the bill.
Opportunity.
Emma Lewell. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start by thanking my honourable friend from York Central for her diligent and careful work over recent months. I am sad that we've ended up here, because no matter what, regardless of concessions, a vote for this bill today is a vote to plunge 150,000 people into poverty and to tighten eligibility criteria for those who need support the most. Some of us have been here before. In 2015, when the Tories pushed through their welfare and work reform bill, I, along with other colleagues, was persuaded to vote for it on the promise we could change it in committee. It didn't change, and although we voted down at third reading, the damage was done. Because outside of this place, the nuances of stages of a bill are completely lost. The result was that the savings predicted never materialised. Employment levels did not increase. Instead, there was an increase in poverty, an increase in suicides, a strain on the NHS and other public services, and in the long run, higher welfare spending and reduced growth. Of course I'll give way.
For giving way. She's making an incredibly powerful case, and one of the reasons why none of us should take any lectures from the benches opposite, because she and I were here when the bedroom tax was introduced. We can have many moral arguments about welfare reform, but if you look at the bedroom tax and how little it actually saved in the end, it shows you that actually this way forward isn't the way that we help people into work and ultimately cut our welfare bill.
Like, these are all great ideas and great takes, but ultimately, what is the socialist alternative? Like, what, you know, where are we going to offer people social safety nets, increasing NHS spending, you know, a wealth tax? Like, none of these people are talking about a wealth tax. It's mad to me that we have a Labour government and people just are not talking about a wealth tax. You know, again and again and again, people are falling for that same line. Millionaires will leave, billionaires will leave, you know, companies will leave the UK and start setting up stuff in other countries. And it's like, they won't, though. They just won't. Like, this never ever happens, because when you increase people's quality of life by giving them, you know, a living wage, subsidizing people's wages if they don't get minimum wage, you know, or changing the law, just changing the law so that minimum wage is £20 an hour, which it should be, you know. Yeah, they said that in France, and a few years later, it turned out like 0.2% of them left. Yeah. And that's like a minority of a minority of a uber minority. 0.2% of 1% is not a lot. That's not a lot of people in it. Do you know what I mean? Hey, what's going on, Husker? How you doing? Just as yesterday, wearing the keffiyeh I wanted the most, but you couldn't buy it. Oh shit, dude. What's Herbawi saying? Is Herbawi on at the minute? Welcome to the Brit Hour, Husker.
And all of this, Madam Deputy Speaker, for £2.5 billion worth of savings, when we know they are savings that can be made
Oh yeah, they're all
elsewhere.
sold out.
When we know those with the broadest shoulders could pay more, but instead we are once again making disabled people pay the price for the economic mess that the party opposite left us. As it stands, we are being asked to vote blind today.
Credit union doesn't let you buy
bill.
overseas? Oh,
there are no new explanatory notes. There is no fully updated impact assessment. There is no time for sufficient
Yeah, they are
screening.
sold out.
No formal
They are actually sold out
consultation
anyway.
has taken place with disabled people. The majority of employment support will not be in place until the end of the decade. Access to work remains worse than ever before, and we are creating a 2-tier, possibly 3-tier benefit system where we know for certain that disabled people are going to be worse off. This is not a responsible way for any of us.
When I tried to get them to let me do so, they asked me what country. I said, well, your computer probably says Israel, but to be real with you, and now I'm on a list. Yeah.
£4,500.
That's how it goes.
Yet we know that they already need
how it goes.
£1,095 per month just to have the same standard of living as non-disabled households. There's a reason why 138 organisations representing disabled people are against this bill. There is a reason why there is not a single organisation that has come out in support of it. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am pleading with MPs today, please do not do this. For those on my own benches, staying loyal to your party today may feel good in this place, but once you go home, once you're in your individual constituency, the reality of this will hit, and it will hit very hard. Just like in 2015, I'm concluding my comments, sorry. Just like in 2015, constituents will never forgive, and it will haunt those MPs who voted for it. I, of all people, should know.
Well said. Tom Morrison.
Okay, everybody who wants to speak on this. Every single fucker in the House of Commons wants to say something about this.
And that I think this bill will cause if rushed through the House. How a society treats its most vulnerable members is a real reflection of its progression and intent. And despite recent U-turns and last-minute changes, people, including children, will be pushed into poverty because of this bill.
Will the honourable member give way?
Please.
Thank you. Does the honourable member agree with me that changing life-critical benefits in a rush, gambling with people's futures without evidence, and only listening when your backbenchers rebel is simply not how governments govern at their best?
Oh, yes. Yes, they're saying it. They're saying it out loud. There's blood in the water. There's blood in the water, chat.
Constituents have raised
Kids
their
on the way
fears,
down.
worries and anxieties about these plans. And as they've been unable to provide their own stories directly because of the government's lack of consultation, I want to use my time to be their voice. Amy from Bramall suffers from ME, and her
Bramall, that's near me.
fluctuate hour to hour and day to day, making it hard to
relatively.
pass assessments for support. Now, Amy recently appealed to me for assistance after the DWP withdrew her PIP despite the fact her illness was now getting worse. And Amy said to me, it's outstanding how I can be reduced to 0 points from receiving higher levels of mobility and daily care when I have not been cured, nor have had any improvement on how my condition affects my life.
This is like my partner.
In 2018, when my PIP was downgraded, following appeal, it was rewarded back to me.
Ooh, you're very smelly.
Yet
Tom's
now,
been very
without
cute, by the way,
improvements to
chat.
how I am affected, it has been completely stopped. Those who have had to face mandatory reconsideration will know the extent of the documents needed and the stress involved. But to cope with this when you are ill and suffering every single day is simply not sustainable. Amy's been advised that the mandatory reconsideration will take 15 weeks, which is almost 4 months. So I asked this House, where will Amy get the support she needs during this wait? This situation highlights the barriers that people with chronic illnesses and disabilities face when trying to get support.
Government pupper. Hate Icken Trunks. Yeah, that dog's.
Do you agree with me that these changes risk
That dog's all of us right now.
consequences for people who are living with complex mental health conditions, who may not score 4 points in a single activity, but who experience persistent, moderate challenges across many areas, and it could in fact lead to financial hardship and worsening mental health, which then puts more pressure on other services, which then negates the point of the exercise in the first place.
Take everything that you hear, like, on this side of the room with a pinch of salt, because, you know, these are the Tories.
Only be further entrenched should this bill be passed. Disability Stockport is a local charity that specialises in autism and mental health. Now, they've told me that they are deeply opposed to these changes that the government...
I mean, I think this guy's a Tory, but...
...cuts was exacerbated...
I mean, he's right. He's, like, making good points, but...
...and further reduce the already limited support available to the most vulnerable and marginalised people across Greater Manchester.
Again, remember...
And we believe this would pose a serious risk of harm. And whilst Disability Stockport welcome the government's investment into employment support, they are clear that much more is needed because of people like Joan. Now, Joan lives in Cheadle Hulme.
Oh, he's a Liberal Democrat.
Services before
Tom Morrison.
Very ill. She explained to me that the persistent and defeating barriers that disabled and ill people face when trying to secure employment. She faces 6-month waiting list for an assessment to access to work.
I mean, Liberal Democrats are a bit better than Tories.
They have to wait 6 months just for an assessment. Joan told me that it's a degrading process when you are having to work without adjustments. She has to push herself through pain and fatigue because during her probationary period, she does not receive sick leave. So if Joan moves jobs, she would have to start over again, despite there being a registered record of her needs adjustments. And this is just
exactly the shit that my partner has to go through.
Into supporting disabled people and chronically ill people into work. The Greater Manchester Coalition of Disabled People told me they are concerned for those using PIP to pay rent and bills. The coalition,
that organisation is one that my
doesn't truly
partner
more pressure
literally did work
give more
with.
Support to employers to make accommodations for disabled people. Instead, the bill
British version of Chris Murphy,
and that the onus to get support will be on the individual and not the employer. They asked what will happen to the 16 to 22-year-olds who no longer get disability living allowance and don't qualify for PIP. These young people will fall through the cracks and be pushed into poverty. Madam Deputy Speaker, by bringing forward this bill, which could amount to the biggest cut to sickness and disability benefits in a generation, it's clear there is no sense to the real-life impact it is having on hundreds of people in my constituency, and the hundreds of thousands of people across constituency represented by people in this House.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman from Given Way. Can he confirm to what extent he thinks the cut is? Because my understanding is spending is still going to increase. And can he confirm if the cut as he sees it is even bigger than the cut that his party forced on the poorest in this country when in...
Oh, shut the fuck up, man.
I thank for the comment.
You're talking about something that happened like 12 years ago, and it was rushed through by the Tories and Nick Clegg's shit leadership. Like, I get it. He wants to be like, Liberal Democrats don't mean anything. Well, that's just dog shit.
On what lobby they vote through later today, because it's ironic that the government introduced a child poverty task force, and yet through this bill is actively undermining the work towards alleviating child poverty. Child Poverty Action estimates that because of this bill, the following so-called mitigations from the government, 54,000 children will be forced into poverty. This is the equivalent of 1,800 full classrooms.
I rate this guy far more because he literally referenced a organization that I know of that my partner has worked with. Do you know what I mean? Like, whoever this other guy on the other side is, I don't, whatever, Labour, Tory, who cares? If this guy's mentioning local organizations that do incredibly good work, I'm going to back what he's saying on this particular subject.
This bill will likely reduce support millions.
He might be a fucking psychopath. I don't know. I don't know much about him, but
into poverty. Food bank use will undoubtedly soar. Worklessness will grow, and the government will ironically be adding even more to the unemployment figures it's so desperate to keep down. The charities rightly warn that even despite the last-minute changes the government has hurriedly to introduce, the impact on adult social care services, NHS services, housing and homeless support, the justice system and advice services will be catastrophically stretched, and with many organisations facing breaking point. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government knows there are multiple ways to ease the country's finances, but it's making a very deliberate choice to penalise a group of people who have neither the strength nor time to fight it. It is absolutely shameful. Unless the government scraps the two-child limit and benefit cap, child poverty will be higher at the end of this Parliament than at the start. Is that really the legacy that this Labour government wants to leave? And finally, Mr. Speaker, I urge this government, I'm coming to my mark.
They do want to leave that legacy.
To think of the stories of Amy and Joan and reflect on the very real and personal impact that these changes will have on them and millions that share their story. The government must change course without delay. I am sure I speak for many in this chamber when I say that we came into politics to fight for the most marginalised and vulnerable in our communities. And if this bill passes, we will have all let them down.
Dan Carden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am grateful to have just a couple of minutes to
Who's this twerp?
Today. I have been frustrated that ministers have continued to say that this bill is rooted in fairness. Its origins came about,
Liverpool, Walton,
as far as my recollection goes, as a £5 billion cut from Treasury, and I think that has marred the whole situation moving forward.
Dog won't even stand, hates his country, based pupper. Hell yeah.
I think it's the result of a lack of a clear purpose. I'm incredibly proud of the work I've done and the campaigns I've been part of with disabled charities, and I'm just sorry that they feel excluded from the process up until this point. But I am glad that the Secretary of State has made commitments to work with those charities going forwards. We say we want to win the support of working class communities, and yet the people I represent in the most deprived communities in our country don't yet think our government is on their side. They felt the winter fuel cut was an attack on them, and they think taking money off physically disabled people who can't wash themselves is...
Okay, this guy seems pretty good in his voting record. Generally voted against a stricter asylum system.
And pride of
voted against stronger laws and enforcement in the immigration rules.
And I want to say to the Secretary of State...
Against authorising criminal conduct by undercover officers and covert sources.
97 people in Liverpool...
Voted for protecting and supporting victims of crime. Voted against restricting the right to protest 11 times.
Reassessment for those with the...
Voted against making it easier to remove those trespassing on land with an intent to reside there. That's pretty interesting.
Work support. But we are in a dire state. There are people for whom no amount of employment support will make a blind bit of difference. There are 1 million people, 1 million young people...
Let's see what he's saying on Israel.
Training. Give them the chance...
Foreign policy and defence.
Dignified, unionised work. If they're on benefits, get them doing something useful.
Voted for strengthening the military covenant. Oh, Jesus.
Full employment. I know in the poorest areas, welfare...
He voted against the assisted dying bill.
For people up against a housing
That's pretty
crisis, and ever-rising bills for food...
voted for reducing the rate of corporation tax. You fucking loser.
Tackle the fundamental problems. Impose rent caps in the poorest areas.
Thank you for the follow. Voted for a reduction in spending on welfare benefits, bastard.
And help my constituents buy their homes. I don't want the Labour Party to be the party.
Voted against paying higher benefits over longer periods for those unable to work due to illness or disability.
A voice and take on their class enemies. And we are in government with the levers of power in our hands. Show the British people we are on their side.
But he's doing this.
John.
He might be a career politician. I don't know. His voting record says that he votes against higher benefits for people with illness or disability. So I don't know what his game is, but maybe he's changed his mind. He seems like he's got a good voting record generally, other than the corporation tax thing.
Today, by looking back over the last years, the years we had in government, and looking at some of the lessons that we must draw from that experience, but I believe are relevant for us to consider today. I won't be able to support the proposals, not because I don't think some of them have significant merit, nor because I don't have the greatest respect for the member for East Ham, who's spent 31 years in this place, and I believe will do all that's asked of him. But because I don't think that this bill, that these changes are sufficiently ambitious to deal with the scale of the challenges that we face in this country. Now, I was in government for 7 years, and I was in the Treasury for most of that time.
This guy's a Tory. He's going to be like, we need to cut more disability
we had
spending.
to make some pretty quick changes.
Yeah, you killed disabled people, dude.
Overnight. That involved changes to benefits. It involved standing up a furlough scheme very quickly. It involved bounce-back loans and many interventions to try and keep our public services going.
So this guy is one of the reasons why my self-employed business completely failed over lockdown, right? All right. Now I know.
Benefit system in this country.
I mean, obviously streaming is a self-employed business technically, but I mean my videography business that I didn't get any fucking support for whatsoever.
Wonderful place, but also quite a wealthy place, not having some of the embedded challenges that exist in other parts of the country. But when I look at the number of PIP claims in January 2019, it was 2,065. In April 2025, it was 4,211.
Oh, gee, I wonder what happened around that time period that would give more people more disabilities. I wonder what that was. What happened to public health in 2021? Wait, why doesn't it say it? Wait, what? Are we just pretending that nothing happened? COVID-19 is what I'm referring to. This is crazy, actually. That here's the fucked up thing. Oh, it's because it thinks that I'm referring to Public Health England. Yeah, the abolition of Public Health England during the COVID-19 pandemic has raised concerns about the future of the public health system in the UK, particularly England. Yeah. You know, why are so many people fucking disabled now? Why are so many people ill all the time? I don't know, dude. Maybe it's due to multiple COVID reinfections.
And I think the vast majority of my constituents, and I think the vast majority of people in this country, cannot understand how there was a doubling of those numbers in such a short amount of time.
It's called COVID, and it's called your government's refusal to actually enforce a proper lockdown, and your government literally being let the disease spread wildly among the population, trying to say that herd immunity is a good idea. Come on, man.
I fully respect the aspirations of the Secretary of State and her ministerial team to try to seek to address this, because we have got to come to terms with what we can afford as a country. But I also hear sincerely the remarks of the last honourable member who spoke from Liverpool Walton, whose constituency is rather different to mine, but I think we are all united.
Yo, what's going on, Biryani Crackyard? How are you?
In that we want to look after the most vulnerable.
Poplar tree. It's almost like everyone went through multiple once-in-a-lifetime events within 5-year period that affected everyone's mental and physical health. Yeah, exactly.
From the state
Welcome to the stream, new peeps. Hope you're doing good.
But what I don't want to see is people written off permanently. And about 12, 14 years ago in this house, we had a debate about mental health.
Good, thank you. Obviously just stressed that this
stood up and they bravely
shower of bastards
about their own mental health challenges. And we then went on a journey to bring parity of esteem to mental health and physical health in our benefit system. But I believe that that pathway into assessment for those on mental health has not worked.
But I believe that mental health doesn't exist.
It doesn't serve them well by leaving them in a place where they're on an enduring basis reliant on the state. And we as a country cannot afford it.
I'm always down for biryani, by the way.
It is time
always
to legislate for more resilience. Resilience in our country and in those that receive benefits such that they can get out of that place of dependency. Because I don't think it's a happy place for anyone to be.
Shut the fuck up, man. He's like, oh, it's so bad when people are dependent on, like, okay, it's so obvious that people who are on benefits have a shit time. I'm on benefits. I'm not on benefits because I'm disabled. I'm on benefits because I've not got work, right? And yes, it is shit. It's horrible. It's bad. And the reason that it's bad is because you don't get the proper support because the government isn't paying the organisation, the DWP, enough to be able to give out more money. That's the issue. You know, I get about like £400 a month aside from the rent that is paid by my universal credit claim. And it's like £400 a month. You know, what are people doing with that? That barely covers my electricity bill, my internet bill, you know, groceries. It's crazy. It's crazy that people think that, like, you could just get by on that. And the reason that disabled people who are on benefits, who are on universal credit, are having a shit time is because they can't afford anything either. And guess what? If they could afford stuff, if they did have a better quality life because of you know, personal independent payments being more or universal credit for disabled people being more, guess what? There are some people who might have the chance to get better, who could get better. And those people who can't get better because they have chronic conditions that are just like never going to get better, will have a better quality of life. And they will be able to, like, you know, maybe do a bit of work, maybe do a day a week or something. It's not like disabled people don't want to do stuff. Disabled people want the chance to do stuff. My rent alone before utilities is £700. I don't know why they expect people to live off that. Yeah, it's insane. It's completely insane. You know, like, you know, don't even get me started about the rent. I was the chair of Greater Manchester Tenants Union for about 9 months. You know, I've worked with my local tenants union for a long time to try and help people get better tenants' rights and stuff. And you know, it all goes hand in hand. You know, disability, you know, being a tenant, you know, racialized people, queer people, you know, women. It's literally like it's all the same. You're in Greater Manchester, hell yeah. Hell yeah, great minds think alike. Do you know what I mean? You heard my kind of like Americanized accent, but you know that there's a hint of Mank in there, and you were like, yeah, this guy's for me. That's how you knew.
That is not right.
You were like, I gotta check this guy's stream out.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, we all know the famous quote, the true measure of any society
Just felt the vibe.
found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. It's a litmus test, really, for the morality and integrity of our country's values. But sadly, in recent years, the United Nations has already twice reported...
She should have been the leader of the party.
...people in the UK, finding that
how is she on Israel?
...and systematic violations of human rights. And sadly, the bill as it stands today will worsen
this situation.
Not heard him say scran instead of food, it's wild.
Even excluding existing claimants, brutal cuts will
Oh yeah, he sacked her. Oh, that's right. Wait, is she independent?
thousands of vulnerable, sick and disabled people into poverty. Existing claimants.
Oh yeah, that's right. As soon as Keir Starmer got in power, he was like, right, everybody who doesn't, condemn
could lose everything under the new system. Disabled
Palestinians or suck Israel's dick, getting rid of them.
trepidation, knowing that in adulthood,
Is she an independent MP?
that would have helped them live a full and fruitful life might not be there. Now, I truly welcome the proposals to support those who could work with a little help. But according to the Learning and Work Institute, the numbers it will help are nominal, between 1 and 3%, a finding echoed by the Institute for Fiscal Studies, who conclude that we might expect increases in employment only in the tens of thousands. And the concessions
Get rid of
made
anyone
over
with
the
any
weekend,
humanity
whilst
from his
welcome,
horrific
they do
cult.
create a two-tier system. The amount of support someone receives will now depend on when they made their claim. And that's simply not fair, especially as those who need help find themselves needing this support through no fault of their
She was suspended in July last year
that our
for saying that
welfare
the King's speech
yes,
at the 2024 opening of Parliament,
people into poverty. But proper consultation
should not
have
speak in favour of removing the two-child benefit cap.
most directly affected to build a system that truly
Oh wait,
it didn't happen.
I'm misreading that. I think they wanted to. They wanted to remove the two-child benefit cap. Yeah, that just makes sense. And she proposed an amendment to the King's speech opening of Parliament to say that he should say that removing the two-child benefit cap is a good shout. This is crazy, dude. They just suspended her for 6 months.
So we're being asked to vote on a bill today.
Crazy he was ever a human rights advisor to anyone. It's like,
nor knowing the full picture, and that can't be right.
I think that. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I think that what happened with Keir Starmer is just capitalism. I think that neoliberalism and capitalism fucked people over because he was doing his thing at the time of the last Labour government around 1997, 1990, in the middle of the 1990s. That was when he was doing his most based stuff. He helped out those people in the McLibel case who were saying, yo, McDonald's uses ground up baby fucking cows and treats them like crap. And McDonald's were like, yeah, we're gonna sue you, and Keir Starmer was like, I'll help you out pro bono. That's based. He was helping activists resist giant corporations, and now he's just Israel, I love them. Yes, kill more babies, more brown babies to be killed, please. That's what I like. Yes, more of that. And I think that's just the trajectory, because in between now and then he had he was top cop, wasn't he? He was the fucking whatever you call it, Crown Prosecution Service top magistrate, and he tried to introduce the posting gulag. I don't know if anyone remembers this. Keir Starmer, illegal to post. Where was it? Internet harassment. Where the fuck was it? It was in 2011 or something. He was like, I think people should be put in prison for posting. Yeah, he used to say he wanted to abolish monarchy and all that. Yeah, it's crazy. I think it's what happens when you get money, innit? Do you know what I mean? You don't think it could just be a career zombie who will always follow the next best thing for his position, even if it means doing something good? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's what it is. I think he was yeah, money is good, and I will get more money if I'm doing X, Y, Z, and that's why he bent to the Israel lobby, because they gave him money. They gave him £50,000. He loves gifts, right? That whole shit about him having gifts from the Rota to what was it? Fucking football tickets, innit? Do you know what I mean? He's been getting all of that business.
We understand
he's just a slave to money.
Needs reform. We understand the concern.
And that's capital in it. That's capitalism, in it. You know. That's why you can never have a democracy in capitalism. Yeah, the suits and the shirt, like suits and shit is mad.
Which is a claim the government cannot possibly make for themselves when it has yet to meaningfully consult those whose lives will be so...
As a dumb American, it's hard not to think of him just following in Tony Blair's wake and just doing whatever our president wants. Well, yeah.
The figures that many have mentioned...
That's absolutely it.
...do help us see the scale.
Like, again, you know, my take on this has always been this. Introduce this welfare reform bill rapidly. Claim that it's going to save £2 billion in government spending. At the same time, Donald Trump is like... Everyone in NATO needs to up their defense spending. Why? Because the US imperial head of state says that they should, because that's the leader of the empire. He is the emperor.
Be supported to progress into employment.
And again, don't be under any illusion that the Tory government wasn't like that either. David Cameron, absolutely the UK has been a vassal state to America since Thatcher. Like, literally since Thatcher. It's been that long, you know. That's why... we literally adopted Reaganomics. Like, Reaganomics, trickle down, neoliberal policies, privatize everything, destroy the unions. That's what Thatcher did. Thatcher was like, yeah, seems good. Seems good, bro.
Let alone afford the transport to his programme every day or pay for the care he needs elsewhere. He and many more people like him are doing exactly what the government claims it wants them to do. Working hard, completing training, and looking to the future where they can join the workforce with that support.
By the way, chat, do you want to see the chat for this?
And hundreds of thousands like him will still face these barriers.
Spoiler, no you don't.
Changes.
State of this. By the way, this is on the Daily Express channel.
Applying next year will be treated differently from one applying today.
Illegals up 50% on last year.
Differ, but because of political timing.
This guy's an insane racist. I heard him say like insanely racist shit about Kemi Badenoch before.
Why are we voting before the Timms review concludes?
Sit down, your helmet.
Why implement a 4-point threshold on criteria that the government admits?
King Charles's World Economic Foundation.
The government's approach exposes a lack of compassion.
Hey, you're awesome. Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
The back to work culture.
Barack Obama.
I know the Secretary of State does want. Madam Deputy Speaker, in future every person.
Roger the Dodger. There is no society.
Every person who might.
This chat is just so bad.
A future lifeline taken away by these reforms is a human. But it's difficult to see that the government is treating them that way. The Secretary of State yesterday dismissed concerns about a two-tier system, but this is patently absurd. They're creating different levels of support for identical conditions, purely based on application dates.
Yeah.
And disabled people should not be shouldering the burden of fixing our public finances. They and disability groups that represent them must be meaningfully consulted on any changes that will affect them.
Oh, I appreciate that. My Trump impression's a bit crap, to be honest.
And I would urge anyone who cares about disabled people and fundamental
appreciate the support. Thanks for the follow.
To do the same.
Dame Meg Hillier. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Barack Obama
reported this week that it's the first anniversary of a Labour government, and wasn't I waiting for that for a very long time. It's also the 10th anniversary that I've had the privilege of chairing 2 select committees in this House, looking at the detail at public spending and in the last year at the Treasury. So I cannot stand here, Madam Deputy Speaker, and claim I did not know that it was going to be a very difficult financial situation that this Labour government would inherit. And while this isn't just about money and should not just be about money, it is a tragedy that too many young people in particular are being pushed into disability benefits. It's a sign of what we would call on the Public Accounts Committee cost shunting. Failures in other parts of the public sector where money had been taken away,
and they were pushed into another area where they could claim the money. And those people are being written off too often, and I have too many in my constituency. And I can see the face of one mother who came to my surgery distraught that her two young boys, her young sons, young adults, are in a terrible state and haven't ever been able to work, yet they're only in their, the oldest is only in their early 20s.
I was talking over Rebecca Long-Bailey quite a bit, so I'm not sure if she mentioned anything like that. But again, no mention of a wealth tax. Like, the solution is there. The solution is right there. It's in front of everybody's face. Tax the richest in our society. Guess what? If everyone has no money, but some people do, that's bad. It's not hard to see.
And the government embraced the discussions we had in good faith.
My mum says I love pushing buttons. Yeah, relatable.
Protect those existing PIP claimants, to make sure that those people are not fearful that they will lose their money and that they can relax and know that they can be secure in their future. The government has also ensured that those receiving UC and the health top-up are also protected in real terms. And I pay particular tribute to my colleague, the chair of the DWP Select Committee, the member for Alderman Saddleworth, for that proposal. And give way.
I thank my right friend for giving way, and throughout this process I have focused primarily on the impact of these changes on people with severe disabilities who are unable to work. The bill originally would have made these people worse off, which was unacceptable to me, but the government's changes now ensure that the income of these people will be genuinely protected in real terms. Does she agree with me that this is a vitally important change?
Meg Hillier. Madam Deputy Speaker, I completely agree, and that was really one of the biggest concerns I had about this bill, and that's why so many honourable members stood up and said we don't want this to go ahead in these terms, and the government listened. The government is also bringing forward important employment support, and I think there's a huge opportunity there for our local councils and others who provide this, not just the DWP, those charities that specialise in working with people. And I have an example of DWP staff in Hackney who have worked with a woman who, at the age of 49, a victim of...
No, he got voted out. Jacob Rees-Mogg, I think, is no longer a member of Parliament.
Never worked from the age of 16. They found her work. After a few weeks, she came back and said, I like this 10 hours work a week, I want more. So
I'm pretty sure he lost his seat.
It can work. It takes time, and it will, and that's one of the reasons we needed to protect current PIP claimants. And the co-production of the Timms review is a groundbreaking change. If the DWP adopts this, does it well, and makes it the blueprint for the future,
my boy,
the driving seat about how benefits are shaped, not just now, but into the future.
Too busy haunting somewhere.
It is one of the biggest changes that came out.
What is it that one person said? Haunted pencil?
We all know that work is a noble endeavour, and I won't...
Victorian haunted pencil.
That, but it's good for people. We need to know, people want to work. I have so many disabled people in my constituency, we know up and down the country, not supported into work. So whether they're receiving PIP or if they got well enough to get into work and didn't need the PIP, either way, the dignity of work should be open to all, and too many of them are excluded from the workplace. So that work support is critical to them too.
Yeah, Rees-Mogg presents on GB News nowadays, by the way.
Last week to meet employers and people putting people into work who were very praising of the early findings of the Mayfield Review. One of the people there...
Where's that one video about him?
It's good, demonstrably good value for employers to support people to stay in work. They keep that experience and that knowledge. I welcome as well the right to try and all of the other tailored support that's in this bill. We need to reform the welfare system because it's letting too many people down. Too many people moulder on benefits and never have the chance of getting off.
I think that was a shit take. She was just focusing. Did I mishear her or misread her? I felt like she was just saying like people who are on benefits need to get off benefits and into work. Like, is she talking about disabled people? Because that's fucking like cracked.
Others and those costs have risen. Does she not therefore think that it's important that the government should address those areas where the cuts have been made that forced people out before we actually reduce the support for the new claimants that will be coming on?
My friend raises an important point, and cost shunting can work both ways. So it's vitally important that the Timms review really examines that. And if this government is serious about mission-led government and working cross departments, then it's vital that the Department of Health and others are very crucially involved. But look, Madam Deputy Speaker, we all know government is about hard choices. No one said to govern is easy. But it's not just, and I would say this to the government, about what the government does it, but how it does it. And I trust that over the last week the government...
What do you mean?
I am blown away by the talent, particularly of the new colleagues I've met since 2024. These benches, both sides of the House, have people who have huge talent and experience. We are not just message replicators. We are not just voting fodder. There is talent, knowledge and expertise in this House.
What are you talking about?
We would do well to harness.
You are there to represent us. You are voting fodder. Like, come on, man.
Do you? Never have a minute to yourself, but listening and engaging is absolutely vital and makes better policy. The privilege of this place is that every centimetre of the United Kingdom is represented.
She's chatting rubbish, isn't she?
So we have reach that is a valuable tool to anybody taking a serious
Who is this, by the way?
policy. And Parliament too has a vital role, Madam Deputy Speaker. And government needs to engage, I think, better with this House, including in particular the committee corridor. And I pay tribute to my fellow chairs. We have a role to do, it's a constitutional role.
She's the chair of something.
And cajole government, but we also have a role to inform and shape policy. And in a world, and I say this to my colleagues more widely, in a world where we see
John McDonnell looking like pure miffed.
by people that we would not have the same values as,
Same as
the world
Zara.
is being taken in a direction that I don't want it to see. And that is a risk in this country. We saw, under the last government, how division rent the opposition asunder. I've spent more than half of my 31 years in elected office under governments led by Conservatives, and it's miserable, frankly, because we don't have the power to shape things in the way that we do when we're in power. And 14 of my 20 years, I could wait on Roger.
The member giving way. The member talks about the previous government. Does the member agree that politics is about choices? And this government has too chosen cruelty. They came for the elderly, and then the children, and now the sick and disabled. Who's next?
He's right. He's right, but, you know, I don't know if he's a Tory MP.
Governing, you have to make the choices to run the country. But 14 of my 20 years in this place, 14, have been under other governments. I've seen Conservative Prime Ministers pass through a revolving door. I would always rather see
Fist and thumb move, yeah.
divided parties don't hold
The
power.
fuck is that?
Divided parties don't
Some fucking antiquated bullshit.
see our values played out in this country. I think we need to vote for this today. There is still a lot to do.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Yeah, I don't know who this is, but shut the fuck up. Get out your seat, lose your seat. Shut up, don't care, didn't ask.
Vote this through, it's fine, don't worry about it, yada yada yada.
Fight with the passion that members have demonstrated today.
Scum. Let's see what the
and for all of
let's see what the US Senate is saying. All right, it's filling out a bit. It's filling out a bit in here. There's no audio on this feed. Is there like a next? Is there a next feed I could check for the big beautiful bill? Quorum call. Oh no, they got chat on the Forbes breaking news channel. A lot of the times, chat, you'll just have like some of the worst people of all time watching this kind of stuff, and then you've got like
Staggering
us,
1 in 4 claiming to have some
like
form of
normal people.
This is simply unsustainable.
It's a Bill Clinton thing. He used to point and got focus grouped out of it because it was read as intimidating. Oh, that is what it is. Don't point.
This half-baked bill, which has already been hastily rewritten to appease the hard left on the benches behind her, does not even achieve the £5 billion of savings it was originally intended. And worse,
I mean, he's right.
It leaves us with a two-tier system from a two-tier Prime Minister. We all know why the Chancellor needs these savings. She'll go down as the Klarna Chancellor. Spend now, pay later. After all, she's blown taxpayers' money on 25 more pointless
That was pretty good.
Billions of pounds, I'm not giving away. Billions of pounds.
Who is this Mel?
The energy. A project so vague that no
I'm not giving way. I'm not giving way. I'm a Tory.
Busting pay rises to appease the unions. And now she can't even claw back.
What are you talking about to appease the unions?
Confidence as the country's
Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. He made a good joke, but fuck this guy.
Tabled the bill.
Appease the unions. The unions represent the workers, you fucking scum.
Firstly, we needed the government to commit to reducing welfare spending.
Oh, there's that fucking
U-turn shows
ex-military loser.
That problem. Indeed, the OBR forecasts an increase of £60 billion in annual welfare costs by the end of this Parliament. Secondly, we asked for a clear commitment to get people back to work. However, as highlighted by the Secretary of State yesterday, the spending on the Pathways to Work programme is not going to be fully funded until the end of this Parliament. So it'll arguably be inconsequential, weak and woefully underfunded. I'm not giving way, I'm going to make progress, thank you.
Who is this Mel? Oh, he thinks he's so fucking funny, doesn't he? This is again another example of like the modern right. The modern right are like, I'm going to be the most annoying person in the room. And when everyone's mad at me, I'll be like, you're so triggered. Ha ha ha. The modern right will like come into a room, shit themselves, and be like, ha, everyone's so triggered. Everyone is so triggered.
Political credibility, and I say
you
to
wet fucking win it.
Mid Leicestershire, I will always be there to support you. I'll fight your corner when this government comes back again for more of your hard-earned income to cover its own incompetence. This embarrassing failure of leadership from a government that should be at the height of their power has led us on these benches to conclude that we cannot and will not support this bill.
I mean that's good though. That is good that they're not supporting the bill. Like, I hope this shit gets fucking voted down to shit.
Should be there as a safety net for those most in need, those who are vulnerable, disabled or have ill health. But after 14 years of the government opposite, it has been left with gaping holes. And disabled people have been the ones that have suffered the most harm under the previous Conservative governments, as well as the coalition partners, the Liberal
She's
Democrats.
right. Who's this queen?
Now, we all know that many disabled people suffered, and it was the DWP themselves that highlighted when they were doing their process reviews, they found that between the periods of 2014 and 2020, there were 69 of these reviews. And these reviews, for those who don't know, are of claimants where they have committed suicide. And the National Audit Office, in fact, found that that number was probably going to be higher. And it was only just a few weeks ago that the second coroner request that looked into the death of Jodie Whiting found that the failings by the DWP...
No, I like her. I like
death. I set this up because I think it's important that we understand that disabled people's lives have not been valued and they have not been respected for the last 14 years.
I like what she's saying.
5 years ago, when the pandemic hit, we all know that nearly 2/3 of those who lost their lives were either somebody with a long-term condition, disability.
Nah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Husker.
We also know that there were
She's saying the right things.
applications of do not attempt resuscitations placed on many. Indeed, MenCat found when they gave evidence on this issue, that is what was happening to those with a learning disability. And when the government rightly was putting in place financial support, like the furlough scheme and like the £20 uplift to universal credit, it was again disabled people on legacy benefits who did not attract that support.
Yeah.
So it is fair to say that disabled people have been hammered. In
What a
short,
legend.
our lives did not value. Were not valued.
Again, who is this queen?
In 2009, under the last Labour government, we signed that UN Convention on the Rights of Disabled People. And for the government and the coalition...
I did that reflexively because she said 69.
Supporting and implementing it, no, they became the first nation state to be investigated for the way that they
Tom is agreeing that was very
their welfare reforms. And what was found? It was found that there were grave and systematic violations of the rights of disabled people. And just last year, when they did an update to that review, they said that there were no significant improvements. That was the record of the last Conservative government, so we can take no lessons from them. Universal credit and personal independence payments are there as an income replacement benefit when we talk about UC and personal independence payment. It is not an out-of-work benefit. People need to understand that. It is an extra cost benefit. It's there to help those that have a disability and need that additional support. But I say to this bill, as I come to the bill, that it does still include billions of pounds worth of cuts, and this will have a significant and negative impact on tens of thousands of disabled people. We know
Thank
that,
you.
and we know that it will potentially create
Nadia
a
Whittam
two-tier
agreeing.
system, indeed a possible three-tier system. It is not me that is saying that, it is the experts, the many organisations that have been providing us with briefings, being here and providing briefings for members from across this House. By imposing that 4-point descriptor will mean that many will not be able to get support. Somebody like myself who has sight loss, if they then lose their sight in 2 years' time, they potentially wouldn't get the support that is needed. That is unfair and it is unjust. It is vital that this government waits for the OBR's analysis on this. Indeed, these proposals were not done in consultation with disabled people. Indeed, they weren't done in consultation with us as members of Parliament. And indeed, your own impact assessment will show that up to 150,000 people will be affected by these changes. And other analysis by
we need to find out, innit? We need to find out who this is, Biryani.
So I want to urge the government, please. I absolutely 100% respect my right honourable friend, the Minister for Social Security and Disability. Let's have his review. Let us all feed into that review. Let that review be co-produced with disabled people. Let us wait for Sir Charlie Mayfield's findings from his Get Britain Working work. I've met with Charlie Mayfield. I'm excited by the work that he is doing. I welcome some of the other proposals by the government in its Pathways Green Paper on the right to try, because that is so important, because I strongly believe that disabled people who want to work should be given the support that they need. But we all know that there are far too many challenges in this space. I stand here as somebody who is living with a disability. I stand here as somebody who has served as the Shadow Minister for Disabled People many years. I know the lived experience.
That's how we found out.
Vital that they are at
Shadow
the centre of
Minister
all of these reforms. We cannot
for
rush
disabled
through these plans
people.
and these changes, because they will lead to a negative impact. We do not want to see this Labour government, this progressive Labour government that wants to bring about change, break down barriers and create opportunities for people, end up leaving disabled people worse off.
Kirsty Blackman.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Too much of what we've discussed today has not centred disabled people. It has not centred the bill itself. It has not centred the actual changes that we're being asked to vote on today. We are being asked to vote on the Universal Credit and Personal Independence Payment Bill. We are being asked to vote on the second reading of it. We've had some reassurances from the government. The government has made some announcements yesterday, and even if we take those into account,
Doc Watson.
principles.
Doc Watson in the chat says, "You've never had a job your entire life, have you? I can tell." Yeah, man. Yeah, you're right. I've never worked a day in my life. Not in a million years. You're right, dude.
To make
never done that.
This is not driven by the need to make the welfare system better. If, for example, the issue
Excellent
is that
observation
the
skills.
Spiralling out of control, maybe the government could concede that perhaps there are more disabled people than there were before. Perhaps there are more people that need additional support. I mean, I would say that the numbers of people on the state pension increases at larger than the size of Leicester every year. Perhaps that's because there are more older people than there were in the previous
I can't
year.
find out who that
Perhaps
previous
it's because more
lady
people
was.
are struggling to make change, to live.
Let me see if we can find her on a list of MPs.
Because, as Scope said, £1,095 a month is the additional cost of living with a disability. If this is a Labour government that is on the left, if this is a Labour government that
Marsha
cares
Chantal
about
de
making
Cordova.
people's lives better, if their principles are of the party that
You
created
are
the welfare
correct.
state, that created the social security safety net,
Member of Parliament for Battersea.
why are they now choosing to dismantle it? Why are they now choosing to go for disabled people with these savings, when actually there's lots and lots of other things. There's lots of other ways they could make savings. They could scrap their self-imposed fiscal rules. They could choose to have a more progressive taxation system. They could choose to levy this.
Let's see what she's saying on Israel.
Or £5 billion, however much it is today, of savings on someone other than those people who are already struggling, who are already living in a world
She doesn't really
that is made
post.
for neurotypical people, that is made for people who are healthy, who are already struggling with additional costs of having to heat their homes more, have to buy special food. That's what PIP is used for. PIP is used for people to be able to get to work, when actually they're struggling to get to work. They can't walk the 40-minute walk to work in the way that people who are able-bodied can. They can't sit at home and just put the heating off because they need a consistent level of temperature in order to manage their chronic pain. This is taking money away from those people in the future who have exactly the same conditions as those people who are eligible now, and it's purely on the basis of cost. This is absolutely not about reforming the welfare system. Yesterday, the Minister stood up to me yesterday and answered me. The Secretary of State said, "I do not expect the honourable member to have read every line of our manifesto, but reforming the benefit system was in it." It wasn't. It wasn't. Reforming the benefit system was not in the Labour manifesto. It said review universal credit. It said look at employment support. It did not.
This fucking knobber being like, calm down. Just because we're doing stuff.
Satan. Thanks for the money.
Thank you so much for the £6.66,
Doc
Steph.
Watson, more like Doc Ballbag.
Thanks so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Appreciate that, Steph. Thank you very much.
Fair, I've not got a huge amount of trust in the Timms review, given that the Minister said to me the day before Pathways to Work was published that she will, talking to me, she will be reassured and she will welcome the proposals in Pathways to Work.
Another 17 quid, and we'll turn on the cat cam, folks, even though he's not here at the moment. But, you know, I'll get him back.
The Minister honestly thought that I would welcome that on behalf of disabled people up and down the United Kingdom, that I would welcome that people would have their payments taken away that they live on.
Is this person a Lib Dem MP?
In order to be able to live. And as I said, this is the UK government that's supposed to be.
Need to get up. I hope everyone has a good one. Yo, thanks so much for joining the stream, Biryani. It's nice to meet you. I'll be on every day, 2 till 6 p.m. until Thursday, Monday to Thursday. That's when I stream. Cover all kinds of stuff, world news, US news, brain rot. You know the score. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate the support. Yeah, if you get time, don't forget to check out my video at the top of the chat.
You may have exactly the same additional cost for a disabled person who is age 25. It is a two-tier system that is being put in place. If you look at the severe conditions in relation to the limited capability for work thing.
Also, I've got a Discord.
From Northern Ireland who was talking earlier.
Check out the Discord if you got that.
There is major issues
and
with
socials.
It's very clear that the cabinet
follow me on everything in it.
Does not know what it says in the bill.
That's how it goes.
The bill says that the descriptor has to apply at all times. In order for them to be classed as that severe conditions criteria, has to apply at all times. If 95% of the time I cannot do something, 5% of the time I can, I will not be considered to have a severe condition. Unless the
that's mad. That's mad that that's what they're saying.
This, the severe conditions criteria will not apply to hardly anybody. People with Parkinson's, people with ME, people with MS, who have got recurring or remitting conditions will really struggle to claim this benefit. The government needs to reprioritise, it needs to rethink, it needs to listen to disabled people and the impact that this is going to have on their lives.
I am going to reduce the time limit to 5 minutes after the next speaker, but have no plans to reduce it further than that. Members will be able to see just how many are standing, and that this debate is scheduled to finish at 7. That means that many, about 35...
7 p.m. Okay, chat, we can't watch for that long. It's already been like 2 hours.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
It's already been. We've already been like shooting for like an hour and 20 minutes.
Today, we don't need to be here today. There's nothing special.
Is this Richard Burgeon?
About
legend.
This Tuesday.
This guy.
Nothing at all. The deadline that we've been given is a deadline, I'm afraid, to solve a political problem, and that's why so many of us on the Labour benches have been pleading with the front bench to pull this bill today, go back to the drawing board and work in partnership with disabled people and others, including with the Timms Review, to ensure that we do get a welfare system that works for disabled people and others. And there's no need to ram it through today other than to save political face. There's no need to ram it through at third reading next Wednesday with the committee of the whole House, so disabled people can't give evidence from their experience in full committee. There's no need to do that at all. We should be about solving this problem, not
It's mental that Keir Starmer has done this. It's just absolutely insane.
We're being asked today to vote on the principles of the bill. So I think all honourable members on this side should be...
I want to know what happened to that guy who tried to insult you. Did they run that quickly? Nah, you see, he was so good. He hurt and upset me so much that he's been basking in how triggered I was. That's what's going on. He's He's still here for sure. He's enjoying the stream. I know it. I know he is. He's upset. He's loving how upset and mad I am about what he said.
Independence payments.
The correct observation that he
about
said.
What we're going to be asked to vote for or against tonight. I think not just of my colleagues in here, but I think of the disabled people who come to my constituency advice surgeries.
I don't know.
I think of the disabled people who had hope in their hearts a year ago when a Labour government was elected after 14 years. And let's be clear, this wasn't in our manifesto.
Becoming anti-capitalist through osmosis,
hasn't approved this, and it's being rushed.
I mean, like, that's true, right? That's true. Someone who is, like, mad at someone who they think has never worked a day in their life is, like, mad that they're working so much, right? That's why they have that opinion, generally speaking. They're mad that they've worked so much in their entire life, and they're like, there's so many people who don't work and that sucks. Guess what, dog? Like, we care about you as well, and we think that you should get paid more money. Like, this is the thing about leftists. Like, we actually, like, support people who work. Crazy, I know. It's crazy that that's a whole thing.
People across the country as it is now, and the disability and the situation of disabled people in the country, which will come to pass if this bill is passed. And this bill, which was brought, whatever the narrative, to save billions of pounds, still, with these concessions, cuts billions of pounds from disability support. No government, and no Labour government, should seek to balance the books on the backs of disabled people. That's not what any of us in the Labour family, left, centre or right of the party, came into politics to do. And that's why...
Wanting a better life for people, even the ones who hate you, is part of it. Exactly.
My honourable friend, the member for South Shields, spoke very clearly earlier from her experience.
No, Fraser, Husker's talking about the fact that Vorsh wants to, like, fuck horses.
Not voting against the Conservatives' welfare bill back in 2015. And I'd urge all colleagues to listen very carefully to what she said, because the
was that Carla Denyer?
This matter doesn't end when the
It was Carla Denyer that
this matter will come back
that MP
to haunt
that was
Labour
speaking
MPs
just then with the tartan dress, not tartan, but
Friday after
kind of plaid.
Friday after Friday, up to and including the day of the next general election. And people ask, why on earth did you
Social Democratic and Labour Party?
Cuts, or why on earth
Social
did you sit
Democratic
in your hands and not do that? I think
and
it's really
Labour
notable that 138 disabled people's organisations are pleading with Labour MPs to vote for the Honourable
it's a Northern Ireland party.
Central's reasoned amendment and vote against this bill. 138 disabled people's organisations. And I know that the whips can make compelling arguments. I know the front bench can make compelling arguments. But for me, the real compelling argument has been made outside this chamber from 138 disabled people's...
I'm just looking through the list of MPs, and, like, I'm seeing these parties that I've never heard of before, like the Social... Yeah, no, Richard Bergen. I love Richard Bergen. I think he's good. He's overwhelmingly left. I didn't know that about Vorsh. He just keeps getting worse. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's just disgusting. He's just like a horrible pervert pest. Pedo. There's all these new parties that I've not heard of. One of them's the Social Democrat and Labour Party, and they're a Northern Ireland party. I was wondering, like, why the member who's been elected for that, Colm, what's his name? Colm Eastwood, like, he doesn't have a picture or a profile, and that's because, like, they obviously do the same thing as Sinn Féin. They don't take their seats because that's the same for all the other Sinn Féin MPs from Northern Ireland. That's so funny.
Advice surgery.
Literally so
them,
based.
You know that you've got a problem and you're really in a difficult
Wait, is Nigel Farage
situation.
here?
Because of the way
Is Nigel Farage in the room today?
I urge MPs to have the democratic dignity that comes today with voting with their conscience and voting to give disabled
Hey, Krypton Juice, how are you?
outside this place what they've been denied too long, and that's dignity, respect, a voice in this house and a vote in the lobby.
Alison Bennett.
You're being too based. Shut up.
Speaker. I want to begin today not with statistics or slogans, but with the reality of just one life. A constituent of mine, Sarah from Hassocks. Sarah has a spinal cord injury. She is a wheelchair user, and this is what her personal independence payment makes possible. It pays for underwear that doesn't dig into her skin, wedge pillows to raise her legs, grabber sticks so that she can pick things up off the floor, a second wheelchair to keep upstairs. It covers the use of a specialist rehabilitation gym that keeps her as healthy as possible. It allows her to buy heated blankets for the cold weather because the cold weather makes her pain worse. It pays for specialist outdoor clothes from Norway to cover her legs, and in hot weather, extra fans because the heat makes her injured body swell. Her PIP funds a CPAP machine that runs 24 hours a day connected directly to the hospital because she has developed sleep apnea. And it pays for the additional electricity to keep it going. A specialist mattress to prevent pressure.
This is exactly what PIP is for, this kind of stuff.
And also for specialist
extra costs that you have to pay because you're disabled. Not just because you're disabled, because the government doesn't pay for them. Because the government has already cut allowances for disabled people.
London. And it has helped to make her garden accessible, so she can have...
Like, no person should have to pay for these things. They should be provided.
These are not luxuries. They are the bare essentials that allow Sarah to live in dignity, some measure of independence. But Sarah told me she has no faith in the system operated by the Department for Work and Pensions. No trust that fair and just decisions will be reached, because in her experience, the DWP's overriding drive is not to understand, but simply to cut. The government's last-minute climb... I will give way.
Adrian Costigan. Member for giving way, and I wonder if she has told her constituent Sarah that under these proposals, nobody who is currently on PIP, like her constituent, will have a single penny of their income.
Oh, shut the fuck up, man.
Protected for time immemorial.
But then if she gets her PIP removed, she will not be able to access it again, you fucking psycho.
I need to explain that to Sarah. Sarah fully understands that, and I'm about to address that point in my speech. The government's
These people are looking like just
no comfort.
vultures.
Never imagined
vultures
she would be in a wheelchair. She never thought her life would change forever in an instant.
The Labour Party, someone in the Labour Party being like that. It's just, it's beyond like...
Life can turn on a sixpence. A single diagnosis, a single accident, and suddenly you find yourself in a world you never imagined, up against barriers you never thought you would face.
Literally.
And when that happens, the welfare system should be there to support you, not to abandon you. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not just disabled people themselves who will be harmed by this bill. It is also the millions of family carers, the unpaid carers, whose labour sustains our entire health and social care system.
Will the honourable member give way?
I will give way.
Does the honourable member share my concern around the fate of unpaid carers, given that carers' allowance hinges on a disabled person receiving PIP? And with 1 in 5 people in my constituency of Tiverton and Minehead who are disabled, well above the national average, would the Secretary of State commit to delinking carers' allowance from PIP eligibility, or at minimum to providing automatic transitional payments during PIP reassessments so that devoted carers are not left destitute while assessments drag
This is the thing. These amendments are completely unworkable. Like, even if that happen, even if they go through with that, it would be so insane to try and like implement that and change it and like just fucking scrap it.
Carers UK has warned in the clearest possible
Just
terms
scrap
that this
it.
bill still risks a severe and life...
I've not been in politics, but I've been in a governance position in a union, and literally, like, when something goes wrong, you just go, right, okay, hold my hands up. You know, I had to resign. There's other people who resigned. You know, this is the way that it goes. When you realize that something is unworkable and you've made mistakes, you hold your hands up and you go, fuck it, whatever. Like, you know, it's not that important that you remain in your position. But of course it is for a lot of these people, because they're just career politicians. They want to keep their jobs. They want to keep their fucking MP salary.
With the carers themselves.
And all the benefits that they get with that.
By this government,
you know,
throughout this entire debacle.
£2 a pint in the House of Commons bar, etc.
And clear. The Liberal Democrats will continue to oppose this bill that risks
subsidised by the fucking taxpayer.
Assistance, and leaving some of the most vulnerable people in Britain without support. Yes, we agree the welfare bill is too high, but if the government was serious about bringing it down, it would be serious about fixing health and critically social care at pace, without tackling chronic ill health at its root, rather than punishing those who live with its consequences. Madam Deputy Speaker, Sarah told me that she wanted to speak up not for herself, but for that future community of disabled people. Because the truth is this, most able-bodied people think they understand disability, but until you are there, you cannot comprehend the world of barriers that are thrown up. And for many, that day will come after this government's reforms have been forced through. That is why I say to ministers today, pause this bill, go back to the drawing board, consult the people whose lives you're about to upend, show them the basic respect of listening before you legislate to take away their support. Because if we do not stand with disabled people and carers now, if we do not insist on compassion and fairness at the heart of our welfare system, we will all pay the price later. Not just in higher costs to the NHS and social care, but in the erosion of the values that bind our communities together. Thank you.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Chair of the Procedure Committee, I'm often asked about how we legislate in this House. Many members and indeed members of the public have approached me about the speed at which this legislation is being pushed through.
Exactly.
By moving from second reading to third reading in 8 days, it does not give members of this House the time they deserve to scrutinise it. By denying...
That is crazy that that's how long it's been.
Bill in committee
8 days in between two readings. Mental.
People and their organisations time and space to give evidence to make sure that this legislation is the best legislation it can be. Because I think we'd all agree that the current system is broken. I've been a constituency MP for 10 years and I've lost count of the number of times I've sat in advice surgeries with constituents who've been failed by the current system. The need for reform is clear, but it's also clear that we need to do it in co-production with disabled people. And I come at this from a point of view of having met one of my closest friends, Zara, who's a disability rights activist now. In fact, she was when I met her when we were 18. And she taught me many things. She taught me...
Wait, I just saw this. What the fuck is going on? Chat, what is this? As an average tourist, this was the closest I could get to delivering my message to the United Nations on behalf of all my Israeli friends. What? This can't be real. It's real. It's real. Getting the hang of it. He posted a correction. That's so funny. This is mental. Oh my god, this is what she's replying to. This is what this fucker is replying to. Many people have had the wrong impression about me. For this, I deeply apologize. I thought it's important I clarify things in order for there to be no further confusion. I don't have any sympathy for anyone in Gaza. Not a single fucking person except the hostages. That's what this person is replying to. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with these? Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. This person is, without a shadow of a doubt, not even in Israel. This person is, without a shadow of a doubt, a Hindutva nationalist in India. 1000%. You all know about this, don't you, chat? Like this guy, for example. Like, when you see accounts like this and they have like AI profile pictures and they're just like, yeah, proud Jew, forever a soldier. They're like LARPers. Overwhelmingly appear to be like from India. But hang on, like, let me show you this one account. This guy is the worst. Wait, where is he? Vivid has been... Oh, yeah, here we go. Vivid has been showing his Indian Hindu true colours again. Israel stands with India. Like, why would you post this if you're an Israeli? Hindus, the people of Israel, stand with you. Like, they just don't, dude. They're so racist. They're literally so racist. Here we go. Proud Jewish, proud Zionist. You know, just like saying insane stuff, the God of Israel never sleeps. Just like in the Bible, he will stand with his people and lead them to victory. This is not just history, it's divine destiny unfolding. No force on earth can stop it. Like, this is insane, like, nonsense posting about, like, the God of Israel. What are you talking about? The God of Israel never sleeps. Are they talking about Moses? Is he talking about Moses? Do you know what I mean? Eden Nimri bravely fought Hamas on October the 7th on her own. What are you on about? Still in her pajamas, she stood at the entrance of a bomb shelter to protect those inside. Hamas threw grenades and she shielded the others, saving 11 girls. I don't think so. Oh my god. Tommy Robinson, I believe in a homeland for the Jewish people. Oh man. This is just wild, dude. It's just wild. Wait, what? Meet Noura Shalash, Director of Government Affairs for CARE, Kentucky. I demand jihad. I want ISIS to kill all of you. Wait, what?
In New York City have to just are a hateful bigot. Huh? Who is this woman? What is she doing? I don't even know. Thank you. Come. This is insane.
I'm not leaving.
This is what Jews in New York City have to deal with in a place of business. It's my office, Nora. Okay?
I'm not leaving.
What is happening?
I'm not leaving.
Hey, Sploot Newt, by the way.
You know, I asked him if he did. I'm just hoping that this person has a mental...
I demand jihad. I demand jihad. I want ISIS to kill all of you.
Okay. All right, somebody call the cops.
I am conspiring with Hamas, Palestinian jihad, and ISIS.
Okay.
I am conspiring with them.
Okay, this is gonna go wrong.
This person is just having like a mental health breakdown.
2848 and ask that it be...
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh! Stop! Stop the clocks! The boy!
Be denied access to this, to the payments that they absolutely deserve. And so you look to a situation in the future where there's going to be very serious levels of poverty, much worse than there are now, amongst every family where there is somebody with a level of disability. Yes, of course.
I've just realised that guy sat next to Corbyn who spoke earlier. He's not a Tory, even though he's on the other side of the house. He's an independent. He's one of the independent MPs. Sorry for going hard at you, King. I apologise.
Universal credit. And voting against this legislation also means denying those people the ability to try work. And voting against this legislation also means not having £1 billion invested in the health and skills of people that wish to try work.
Oh, shut up, you little scumbag.
This bill will be a very clear message to the entire community that we believe in the equality of needs of people, and we will bring in new legislation that will meet those. He knows full well that he will have to face people in his own advice bureau later on who are going to be saying, why can't I get personal independence payments when literally my brother, my sister, my neighbour still gets it because they got it before the cut-off date. He knows full well the anomaly that he is voting for, presumably, this evening. Maybe he'd care to reflect on that.
He's right.
Represent the people that have...
The boy!
Now, at the present time, the levels of poverty amongst the disabled community are absolutely huge. The cost on any family, according to Scope, is around £1,000 per month for a family with levels of disability. That is what will be removed by this piece of legislation going through. And so what I would urge and ask is that Labour MPs, because it's in their hands at the present time, reflect on what was said in the Labour manifesto last time, what was said in previous Labour manifestos, what the history of the Labour Party is in respect of disability, and don't turn that history on its head by deliberately impoverishing the next generation. Are we to be a society, as a welfare state, with a universality of benefits and a support for people wherever they are and whatever their needs are, because that is what the whole tradition of the welfare state is? Or in 10, 15 years' time, are we all going to be supporting charities, trying to raise money for people in desperate poverty because they have a disability which is absolutely no fault of their own?
Yeah,
we're going to
he's
move
right.
into a two-tier benefit system where those that got PIP before 2026 will be seen to be relatively all right, the rest will not. And I simply say this is a ridiculous situation that the Secretary of State and the government has put us in, has put the House in, and the only sensible thing to do would be to withdraw the bill now, allow the review to take place, and recognise the needs of all people with disabilities. And if it does cost us more money, so be it. As a society, are we content with not having a wealth tax, with these massive levels?
The only person to mention a wealth tax!
Society, and at the same time accepting that those with disabilities live economically much poorer lives because of the system we have.
I think Corbs needs to join the Greens. I just think he needs to join the Greens. I just think that that's what needs to happen. I think that's the only thing that could happen.
Well said.
I think that Zach Polanski should run... well, he is running for the leadership of the Greens, and I think he should have Corbs. I think he should take on Zara Sultana. I think he should take on a bunch of different independent MPs. I think that's the only way we can have a reasonable opposition to reform, and I think they'd win. I think they'd win, or they would either have a coalition government with a bunch of different other governments. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, we've had enough of this, and people are starting to make noise in the US Senate.
Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrett.
So let's see.
Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal.
Are they calling out the vote?
Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett.
Did I say hi, Mr. Dank? How are you doing? Good to see you. I don't know if I told you I tried to make Satan over the weekend and it went pretty bad.
Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto.
Yeah, this is the vote, isn't it?
Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth.
Look at this fucking Nazi bastard here.
Ms. Ernst.
That's Stephen Miller, right? No, am I wrong?
Mrs. Fisher.
No, he's not. That's not Stephen Miller.
Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty.
Look at fucking Ted Cruz there. Little dickhead.
Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich.
It's hard. Never successfully made it without it being all spongy and weird.
Mr. Hickenlooper.
I just fucked it up at the washing stage.
Mr. Rono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee.
It's gonna be so long. They're gonna do that. They're doing this like fucking 500 times, chat. Is there anything we could do?
Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall.
In the meantime,
McConnell. Mr. McCormick.
It's crazy to me that Mitch McConnell is still alive, by the way.
Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Markowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. No. Mr. Resch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz.
They keep him in a stasis tank when he's not on camera. That's right.
Mr. Schmidt.
Um.
Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina.
Here's what we're gonna do while we wait for this to be done, chat.
Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin.
Here's what we're gonna do.
Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune.
Yeah, they're voting now, I think.
Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch.
Wait, what happened then?
White House.
This video is a bit.
Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
Oh, what's he doing? Wait, what? I don't understand. Wait, is this like instant karma for like people? This is like instant karma, like, oh, the cops like catching people doing crimes. This sucks. They have to call out every single present member to vote. Yeah, I think so.
In the affirmative. Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand.
John Fetterman voted for it.
Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Paul, Peters.
I knew he was a fucking disgusting piece of shit, but that is crazy. That is crazy that John Fetterman voted for it.
Wyden. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher.
Wait, Ted Cruz voted against it?
Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith.
Wait, is this a different bill?
Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lujan, Marshall, McConnell.
Oh, no. I think I've vastly misunderstood what's happening.
Mullen, Ossoff, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt.
The U.S. Senate is holding a process known as a vote-a-rama on Donald Trump's Big Beautiful Bill.
Wicker, Young.
I think what they're doing is they're voting on different parts of it.
Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Murkowski.
Let me just refresh this vote. This search.
No.
A marathon vote. That's what they're doing. Very late night vote in the Senate. They've advanced the bill.
This also
They're voting on amendments. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen.
But what amendments have been tabled?
Warnock, Mr. Warnock.
Amendments to the big, beautiful bill. Oh my god, that's a fucking 12-hour stream. Are you joking? Hey, Shafiq, Layla, how are you doing? Is this them reading the register before class? Yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay, it doesn't look like we're going to get any, like, significant understanding of what's happening from this live stream. So, I'm gonna...
No.
We're gonna, like, park this for a minute. And let's have a little bit of fun. Let's have a little laugh chat. Let's do some reacting.
Mr. Heinrich.
Let's watch this guy's video from the other day. Now, I think I'm gonna have to have a wee before I watch this.
It began today.
Because ain't no way I'm gonna be able to sit through all of this without going to the toilet. So everybody in the chat, please go look after yourself, take your meds, have a little stretch, have a little wee, have a little poo, you know, get some water, hydrate, take your eyes off the screen for a bit, put your eye drops in, which I've got. But anyway, I'm gonna go and do some of those bits myself. I'll be back real quick. Lock them in until the decision is made, kind of thing. I think it is that. In Danish Parliament and EU, they have like buttons for yes and no. Once the discussion is over, there's a time window for them to press. I think the votes are displayed in real time per seat. If your vote got registered wrong, you can get it changed. It seems more efficient than asking every single member. Yeah, I think that's what it is, yeah. The goal is to do all the billionaire tax cuts and violence against the poor and working class, but not officially give our soft and wet president... Our soft, wet president limited power. Yeah, it sounds like it, yeah. It sounds like that's what it's going to be. Fair enough. Thank you for the analysis. Right, I'll be back in a tick. I won't be long. Oh, and by the way, if you are going to stay at the PC, do me a favor and go to the top of the Twitch chat and like, comment, and subscribe to the new YouTube channel, or like, comment, and subscribe on the video. That really helps me out. Appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, made yourself brekkie. What you had for breakfast? What have you had for breakfast? Those are the real questions that we need to be asking. You know what I love most about this weather? I love that even though you have a shower, it doesn't mean anything. I love that. That's what I love. It's so good that that's the case. It's so good. Sorry, not vegan, but a 2-egg spicy salsa omelette. Who are you apologizing to? I'm not Kira. I'm never going to be like, Husker, 10 reps. Get on the ground, 10 press-ups for no vegan. She never did that. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I doubt she used to do that. But I'm not going to do that either, so it's fine. This weather makes me wish I had bottom surgery. It's all I'm saying. That's right. That's right. It makes me wish I had bottom surgery, and I don't even want bottom surgery. Had to go outside for breakfast today? Damn. Lol to myself, but I do have to do reps. I've been lifting. Yeah, I need to get back on the lifting thing. I just need to figure out this seitan thing. If I can crack this seitan tonight after the stream, basically what I'm gonna do after the stream tonight, I'm gonna try and do I'm gonna try and get my cooking done. I'm gonna just make like a pasta, because that takes like 2 minutes, right, with no seitan, and then I'm gonna try and make seitan again. I bought 2 bags of flour, particularly because I knew that I would mess one of them up. So I'm gonna give it a go, and we'll see what happens. But it is most certainly not the end of the stream just yet. We've got an hour and a half to go. Speaking of which, I've been live for about 2 hours and 20 minutes, providing you with excellent, high-grade political analysis, class analysis, social class structure, economic analysis, funny jokes. Please consider subbing off Twitch, considering it looks like this is the only job I'm going to be able to get. Please consider doing that. Please consider subbing off Twitch. Please consider becoming a patron if you aren't already. Please consider going to the top of the chat, sharing, liking, commenting, subscribing on my video. Also go to my socials, like something, repost something, whatever you want to do. Doesn't matter if you got no followers, every little helps. Also retweet the Go Live tweet and the Go Live post. So there you go. Those are all things you can do to help me out. I am going to make a cup of tea. You know what? I wasn't going to make a cup of tea, but this guy seems like he's going to wind me up so much. He's got a book by Mindy. You know that one comedian? What's her name? Mindy. What's her face? He's got a book here called Young Stalin. So that's how you know he's a centrist, because he's read a book about a bad communist. That's how you know he's a centrist. He's got, what is that? Apocalypse Delayed? I don't know what that is. Myrtle. Not a clue what that is. And I can't see any of his other books, but I would be unsurprised if he had the... I'd be unsurprised if he had the Turner Diaries somewhere in there, or Mein Kampf. That's how you know that you're a real centrist. You read both the worst guys, the people who have the worst representation and most criticism. I mean, rightfully so for Hitler, not so much Stalin. Not just has it flipped outwards. It's crazy. And also, what is that? Questions I ask when I want to talk about myself. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just know that she's a Zio, isn't she? She's just like a horrible Zionist. Mindy Carling. I'm going to make a cup of tea. So, you've got a bit more time before this. So, back in a tick. Back in a tick. Right, I'm back. Hey. All right. Right, we're moving into the Reacts segment of the stream. We got this guy. He's going to say some stuff about Glastonbury Music Festival. When did he make this video? Oh!
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Shafiq!
Line go up.
Layla! With the £15. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you so much, well, subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. You are a legend. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Chat, we just need £1. Let me do the maths. £1.68 to get to Cat Cam unlocked, even though he's not here at the minute, but I will tempt him with a bico. £1.68 and Cat Cam is turned on for the rest of the day. How about that? How about that, chat? Okay, so, when did he make this? When did this guy do this? He literally did it 3 days ago, when Glastonbury was on. So, like, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, on the Saturday. Like, literally on the Saturday. So his take here is... why Glastonbury sucks, the breakdown of musical and political culture. What's the bet in chat that he is not going to get any of this right? What's the betting?
I believe. Maybe it was yesterday. Someone more informed can tell me. There was some acts on last night, perhaps, and I've got that wrong. I don't want anyone to call me on it. I don't particularly care, I guess, is the end of it. What I really want to talk about
why are you bothered then?
Is why Glastonbury sucks now in a more cultural way, in a more socioeconomic way, in a way that I think is important and tells us something about...
How can Glastonbury suck in a socio-economic way?
Society, where we are and where we're going. So this is not a music critique, if that's what you've settled on. I am going to be talking about the Glastonbury Music Festival as a cultural event and why it represents...
Right, well, how are you... Oh, dude, I swear to God.
What has gone wrong, I think, with several things about British culture, but also more
right, what's the betting that he's gonna talk about British white culture? What's the betting that that's gonna be his main thing?
Probably Western leftist culture. Right?
Okay, sure.
I don't entirely know what I'm going to say. I've got a few things worked out, but I'm going to...
That seems like a bad idea.
Get into the rhythm of this and see where we go. Sort of like a band at Glastonbury in the old days when they didn't know what they were going to play, but they were going to go out and they were going to jam. There you go. I'm going to do that. So one of the...
That is not something that's happened at Glastonbury for like decades, by the way.
Things... I'll touch on 2025 briefly. A lot of people have been talking about Jeremy Corbyn. He came to Glastonbury. He loves Glastonbury. It's the site of his biggest triumph, probably. You know, that bit where they were all singing the Jeremy Corbyn song to White Stripes. And
literally no one thinks that that's Jeremy Corbyn's biggest triumph. Nobody thinks that. What is he talking about?
And, he was the hero of the moment, and everybody thought he was going to be Prime Minister. This was 2018. Was it? Or was it 2017?
It was 2018.
No, it was 2018, wasn't it? Right, because we had the election late. Or maybe you tell me. It's 2017 or 2018 when Corbyn had his big moment at Glastonbury. But anyway, he's been coming back, sort of trying to recapture that. And he did in 2025. And he made a big speech. At one point, he said...
Sorry, am I high? Did I hear that? Wait, what?
Let's not build walls. Let's build bridges. The irony of that statement being twofold. The first, just to get it out of the way, is the left don't really like to build bridges anyway.
Famously, Yeah, him saying that Corbyn's biggest moment was at Glastonbury. Yeah. You did hear that. It's just crazy. That just goes to show how how much politics actually means to this guy. That's the thing about centrism. It's the thing about centrism. Like, they're not. They don't need politics to work because 9 times out of 10, they have like a comfortable life. They're not bothered. The current system serves them, so they don't give a shit. He's like, oh, the left don't like to build bridges anyway. Right, so your critique is that leftist movements that have been constantly infiltrated by police, decapitated, because the ruling class do not want a popular, organized left in order to, take down the ruling class, the capitalist class. And your critique is like that the left is bad at building bridges. I will say that there are definitely people in the left who are wreckers, who only get involved in organizing because it makes them feel good about themselves. And that's bad. You should never get involved in organizing just because you want to feel good, because you will inherently put your feelings and your desires and your motivations ahead of the collective group. And ultimately, that is not what makes for a good leader or a good organizer. That is bad. A lot of the times that can devolve into horrible things. It could be, it could lead into wrecker behaviors. So that's fine. Let's hear what his second point is.
When push comes to shove. I mean, if you tried to get a bridge built somewhere in your town, you'd have a horde of lefties, a horde of green activists telling you that you couldn't do it, possibly for environmental reasons, or possibly because you were going to disrupt the continuity of the neighborhood, or...
So what, this guy's a yimby. He's like, yes, in my backyard. He's like, I love... Yeah, famously, here's another thing. Famously, there are so many bridges that need building in Britain. Like, if there's one thing that people need, it's bridges. What are you talking about, dude? What he's referring to is left-wingers who are like, please don't build any more coal power plants. Please don't build any more high-rises, luxury flats. That's what he's talking about. 90% of the issues centrists have with leftists is that leftists won't compromise on basic core values. Like, why would we? Yeah, exactly.
So there'd be some bullshit reason the left doesn't really like to build things. So the idea...
No. Give us the reason. Don't be like some bullshit reason. Why is environmental reasons? Why is that a bullshit reason? What if the bridge that's being built does harm the local ecosystem? I mean, it probably wouldn't, and most leftists wouldn't be bothered about that. Like, there is literally not a... Like, he thinks he's being so fucking clever. You know, the new Fourth Crossing Bridge is right there. Yeah, I don't know how many leftists had a problem with that, like environmental activists. Also, he's been like quite sweeping of the environmental movement. There are some conservatives who back the environmental movement. He's a bimby. Bridge in my backyard. Yeah, it's good stuff.
To build bridges in the first place is kind of funny in and of itself. But
no, it isn't.
The central irony being, of course, that Glastonbury has massive, however tall they are, walls built around it to keep people who didn't pay the £400, that's right, £400 there or thereabouts, after all the fees and etc., to get into the festival.
Right. He's going to be like, the only people that can afford Glastonbury are middle class people who are insanely privileged. That's going to be his take, and it's going to be so boring.
So it's this irony of this kind of left-wing politics around that's supposed to be, right? The whole point of left-wing politics is it's supposed to be about the working people, the disadvantaged people who are poor, and trying to even society out so that poorer people are less poor, right? To some extent, that has been the thrust of left-wing politics forever. So anyway, the fact that it's this festival where you have to pay an absolute packet to get in. There are walls around the grounds to make sure that if you haven't paid the £400, you cannot get in. And we're having Jeremy Corbyn give people speeches about how we shouldn't build walls. I mean, it's kind of all there, isn't it?
What's all there? No. Elaborate, please.
But I want to delve deeper into this.
Oh, yeah, no, you don't want to elaborate on that point because it's meaningless. Is that what it is? You actually don't want to elaborate on that?
One of which is I want to go through Glastonbury through the years. And not through the lens of...
Yeah, just gonna like slide past that insane political take that I just had that, everyone definitely agrees with and thinks is so funny and good and great.
That have played there, but through a truly Marxist lens, you'll be happy to know. As in... through the economic lens.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this guy's Marxist analysis of Glastonbury throughout the years.
Right? So let's look at ticket prices. So in 1970, to get into the Glastonbury Festival, you had to pay £1.
Uh-huh.
Now you're saying, okay, well, inflation, etc. Fair enough. In today's money, let's round it. Let's just say it's about £15, okay?
Right. Why are you okay? You want to do Marxist economic analysis. Right. If he's right about that, I'll be impressed. Okay? And I genuinely mean that. What is £1 in 1970 worth today? Okay, so it's less than what he said, apparently. Or $2013? Current value of 1,000 British pound. Right, so 1,000 British pound from 1970 today would be £13,000. So he's all right. He's roughly there. Okay, all right. I'll give him that. Concede to that. He's saying it's £15.
You'll agree, quite a cry from 400, right? And again, let's be clear about that.
Was it £1 to get in? How much did it cost to get into Glastonbury in 1970? Yeah, £1 including free milk from the farm. Fair enough. Who did they have on? The Kinks, Steam Hammer, Duster Bennett, Alan Bown, Wayne Fontana, Stat Ridge, Amazing Blondel. I'll give him that. He's right so far.
That's inflation adjusted, right? So I'm not pulling any tricks here.
No.
That's what
I'll give you that.
About.
Yep.
For your £1, you would have got the Kinks. You would have got Ian Anderson and some people.
He's literally like reading off the same website that I just looked at.
It's actually quite a lame lineup. Actually, looking at it, it's not very.
It's quite a lame lineup, is it? It's quite a lame lineup. I'll show. Let's go back. Let's go back. Right. Let's go back. Yeah. So who did we have? The Kinks, Steam Hammer, Duster Bennett, Alan Bown, Wayne Fontana, Stat Ridge, Amazing Blondel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 bands, right? When he says a lame lineup, I'm gonna assume he doesn't mean that the Kinks and Steam Hammer are lame. I'm gonna assume he means it's only 11 people, right? 11 bands, right? Hey Beanie Gaby, how you doing? If I remember correctly, they do a lottery for locals to get first dibs on tickets, and the closest residents sometimes get free ones. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they do that. They do. It'd be good. It'd be interesting to see if he brings that up, won't it?
Very good. But anyway, the point being is it was only 15 quid. And,
for 11 bands, yeah, it's pretty good.
Truck along, why not? And the point of it was in music festivals at that time, in the early 70s, were very much about we want to get young people in. We want to get the young, hip people in, because otherwise, what's a festival for? And plus, they were mostly the people who would have been interested, because why would a bunch of older farts want to sit in a field and listen to loud rock music? They say in 2025, obviously, wink, wink. But let's look at it down. So that was the first one. That was the 70s, really near the end of the 60s, so almost borderline 60s. Where do we get to? Let's flash forward. Let's flash forward to 1981.
Heavy Marxist analysis happening, by the way.
In 1981, it cost £8 to go to Glastonbury.
Okay.
And that is the equivalent of about 30 quid today. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's about double, right?
Uh-huh.
Let's say double the amount. And for that, we got, well, New Order were there. Roy Harper.
He's just going through the different... what year did he say? 1987? It must have been 1987. What did he say? What year was it?
Win were there. Double the... Okay.
1981. All right. 1981. Who was playing? Aswad. They were pretty famous. Decline and Fall, Ginger Baker, Gong, Gordon Giltrap, Hawkwind, John Cooper Clarke, incredible. Judy Tsuge, Matumbi, New Order, Robert Hunter, Roy Harper, Supercharged, Taj Mahal, Talisman, Theatre and Films, European Theatre of War, Eye to Eye, Matchbox Purveyors, Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament was there. They had a children's area. So they had a whole Theatre and Films place as well. Also, it was being tabled as the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament Festival in 1981. Yeah, and like I would say paying £30 for this festival is pretty fucking decent. Do you know what I mean? I still don't understand. Like he's gonna say, "Oh my god, it's so expensive now." Yeah, £30 to see New Order at a festival. That's good. And the oldies also love a festival. Yeah, what is his thesis statement? Like, what is he saying?
And that is the equivalent of about 30 quid today. Okay, so that's about double, right? Let's say double the amount. And for that, we got, well, New Order were there. Roy Harper. Hawkwind. I mean, in 81, really? Were they still going? Wow, it's amazing.
Why is he doing an American accent?
Glastonbury's not very good, is it? It doesn't have very good bands. It's quite
Right, listen. This guy's argument is going to be, how can you justify a festival for £400 today when it used to be £30 back in the day? And he's being like, damn, that lineup looks pretty crap. He's like, it's not, it doesn't have very good bands. He was about to say it never has very good bands, and he stopped himself because he knows he's wrong. Man who doesn't listen to music critiques festival lineup, yeah.
Surprising to me. But anyway, nonetheless, let's flash forward another day.
It's surprising to you because your entire analysis was going to be, it's cringe that leftists like Glastonbury. Famously, leftists are not bothered about Glastonbury. Like, what are you talking about? Crazy. Like, what is he on about? I want to know what his Marxist analysis is. Karl partied, hardied, woke up, not remembering the night frequently, and just as often he had to ask Engels for money. Yeah, he would have let loose at Glastonbury, 100%. Is this the guy who said Glastonbury for the rich? I think that's what his whole thing is going to be, yeah.
Decade to 1992, right? And it's £49, and now that's 100 in today. So now it's actually, by the time we get to the 90s, right, it's properly expensive. And one of the things I think that's really interesting about this is this sort of, it getting more expensive correlates with the loss of rock music being central to the culture.
Bro, you were just saying that New Order played in 81 when it was £30 to go there. New Order are not rock. They're like fucking new indie. They were like new wave indie.
The loss of rock music being a young
post-punk
thing, it's getting more and more of an older thing. You've got more...
What are you on about?
You've now got like the whole boomer generation who grew up with, rock music, the Beatles, the Stones, etc. And they're still interested in music. So it's becoming less of a youth thing. But at least by 92, it's looking a bit better. I mean, you've got Lou Reed, you've got Morrissey,
This was the first year that donations from the profits of the festival were made to Greenpeace and Oxfam. Oh, he conveniently left that out, didn't he? The tickets were £49, and donations from the profits of the festival went to Greenpeace and Oxfam. Damn, it's crazy that you left that bit out, isn't it? It's crazy that you left out the fact, look at this lineup, this is great! For 100 quid! For 100 quid! Lou Reed, Morrissey, Buddy Guy, Carter USM, Primal Scream, Shakespeare's Sister, The Fall, House of Love, The Levelers, Teenage Fan Club, The Shaman, Blur, Lush, Ned's Atomic Dustbin, You Soon Know. Yeah, these are great bands. This is great. Benjamin Zephaniah, Billy Bragg. He was there this year. Hey, Sorka. Who else we got? PJ Harvey, great. So good. Like, loads and loads of cool, good bands. Jar Wobble. This is incredible. Ocean Colour Scene, The Orb. Osric Tentacles. Acoustic, Alison Moyet. What? Alison Moyet. Bare Naked Ladies. 100 acts of theatre. This is crazy. So much circus. 100 circus acts. For £100, for the equivalent of £100 nowadays. Like, and he's being like, yeah, the increase in price is because young people don't really like rock music anymore. Are you genuinely serious?
You've got The Fall. That's interesting. You've got, I mean, that's most of it. Is it?
It's not most of it. He is misrepresenting what is on that other page. Chat, come on, like literally, like look at this. He's like The Fall, Lou Reed, Morrissey. That's it, really, bro. What are you talking about? What are you on about?
Really not? Is it really always that bad?
What are you on about, bro?
Is it really always not good? I don't know. It's interesting to me. I didn't know that. I was looking at.
Listen, yeah. Okay, look. I've made some cringe videos. I've said some cringe things in some videos in the past, right? When I did my YouTube career, I would do what he would do. I couldn't be bothered to edit, so I would just hit the record button and just like go blah, 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 and sometimes just get stuff wrong, right? But, you know, I did edit it. When I got stuff wrong, I was like, okay, let's just double check that. Oh, that's wrong. Okay, let's change it, whatever. But this guy is just like, you know, at least I was talking about like leftist politics and organizing, and you know, the ideas of being anti-fascist and anti-imperialist and all this stuff. And this guy is just like, you know, now I write scripts and I do research and all that stuff, but like, this guy, he's doing that, but from like the most cringe position of all time. And to be fair, that's probably why he's only got 360 subscribers and 2,000 views. You know, he's got like, why Glastonbury sucks, and like pretty much every single Gen Xer in the world Googled that. Well, not every single Gen Xer, to be honest, because there's a lot of base Gen Xers who probably don't care about Glastonbury, or they don't think that Glastonbury sucks, or they like Glastonbury. But every single like right-wing or centre-right or centrist, you know, person who was like, I can't believe Bob Villan said death to the IDF at Glastonbury, right? You know, just Google that. So we got all of these fucking views and comments, and it's like, all right, fair enough, dog.
I hadn't really looked at
it. Is Old Man Yells at Cloud Energy, yeah.
And now I'm looking at it, and one of the points I wanted to make is, hey, you know, in 1970, you could have seen, like, whatever, Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath and whatever.
Yeah, but we just found out that you couldn't.
That's kind of what I expected. I didn't expect Ian Anderson showing up with his flute and...
Damn, dude, I guess he left this in. Why would you just, like, at this point, why would you just like not like stop and go like, oh damn, guess my take is wrong. I guess you know, and also I'm still waiting for his Marxist analysis.
But anyway, sort of interesting.
Thank you for subscribing to my YouTube channel, whoever that was.
The difference between being that it, at least back in the day, it cost you 15 quid, not 400. Anyhow, yeah, we...
Where's your Marxist analysis?
Sorry, this is quite a funny video to make. So...
What? Why?
One of the things is, if you look back at the politics of Glastonbury has always been very left-wing. I mean, just going through, like, I'm looking through some of the lineups, some of the pictures, some of the the posters, the advertising material for the festival down through the years. And, I've got this from 92, and it's got In Aid of Greenpeace and all that sort of stuff. I think the issue, though, really is... I think this is the crux of the whole video that I want to get to. Now, this is the bit
Can't wait for this.
Fanning about and what the video is really about. So
can't wait for this. Like you said you were going to do a Marxist analysis, and you didn't. I can't wait to hear what the crux of the video is.
Now, this is where the video gets good, I promise.
All right.
So here's the thing. If you go back to the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, right, all these left-wing things were countercultural. That was the point. So Glastonbury was trying to represent the counterculture. That was the whole idea.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at it, and in 2005, and you've got Corbyn there, and you've got a bunch of people waving Palestinian flags, and all that jazz, that basically is mainstream culture now. That's...
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong, but... I'm waiting for him to apply his Marxist lens to this. I'm waiting for him to apply his Marxist lens. Because, surely what he's going to say is, even though popular public opinion all over the UK is that Palestinians deserve to not be genocided, people like Jeremy Corbyn's politics, they're very good, it's very socialist, but that still needs to be represented over and over and over again because actually... imperialism still exists. We're still a vassal state of the US imperial evil empire. We do whatever they say. He's gonna talk about geopolitics. He's gonna bring in that big centrist brain of his, this big neoliberal economics understander brain. He's the kind of person who thinks leftists are in power. I'm calling it now. It's gonna be very, very funny if he says counterculture is when you're racist. It's gonna be super funny if he's like, there should be more racist bands at Glastonbury. I want to give this guy as fair a shake as possible because again, I'm kind of platforming him here. I don't want any of you to like go to his video and harass him. Like, please don't do that. That's like absolutely imperative. Please do not do that. He's only got 360 subscribers. It would be incredibly unfair. I know what it's like to get harassed by people on the internet. We're all better than that, right? I think he is going to say that, isn't he? He's going to be like, I think bands should be more racist.
The culture. That's not the counterculture. The problem being is if you want to say, well, what is the counterculture then? A lot of people on the right will say, well, now the right is the counterculture.
I knew
it! The right in general has become the counterculture. Except I don't really buy that argument because I just don't think that the right can be the counterculture. I don't think it can be. I don't think it is. I just don't... They don't have it in them. I think part of the problem is the right really struggle with creativity, with art. They have a natural rejection
famously
of anything that requires a lot of lateral thinking.
Correct.
To be on the right, to some extent, you just naturally are a more literal-minded person. I'm not saying that's all the time or that's everyone on the right. I just think that's more widespread on the right.
I think that's a bit of a oversimplification. I think a lot of people are on the right because they have vested interests in maintaining the status quo, maintaining imperialist hegemony across the world, and we all know why people are on the right. Yeah, he's got that like boring shit, like pseudo psychological analysis. There are plenty of people on the left who have left brain thinking. Super diverse amount of people on the left,
On the left. So the left more naturally is creative. It's more naturally
stupid.
Embraces the arts.
This is stupid. This guy is like, people are left wing and right wing because people have a left side and a right side of their brain.
naturally embraces new and bold ways of expression. The problem being is that the left doesn't do that anymore.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
For
Did he do this before? What time did he publish this video? He did this on the Saturday. Did he mention anything about... Did he mention anything about... he literally calls himself a neoliberal. This is crazy, dude. Does he say anything about what Bob Villain said? Like, you can't sit there and just be like, Bob Villain did not push the boundaries and get creative of what's going on. The guy said, Bobby Villain said literally, death to the IDF. Like, that is a bold cultural statement.
Become completely static in their ability to be creative. Mostly
what are you on about?
They don't want anything that doesn't cohere to a very strict set of essentially dogmatic viewpoint. You know, there's a dogma around.
Right. Okay. Look, the left has a problem with puritanical thinking. That's correct. And that's something that I think some people in the left need to work on. I think that people need to understand pragmatism other than dogmatism. I think that that's how we get around things in the imperial core. It's something that I didn't used to believe. I do believe it now, having gone to successful left-wing area, you know, literally the ZAD, the Zone of Defense, literally having, spoken to a lot of left-wing organizers that have won. I think that pragmatism is key. I think that purity is the antechamber of fascism. I am well aware. I've had experience of people who have demanded perfection and purity from organizations, and that has resulted in a lot of, unnecessary stress, and also the freezing of people within those organizations to be able to do anything because they're terrified at this one person who's going mental and bringing the entire thing down. So yeah, sure, absolutely, but I don't think that like represents a problem at Glastonbury.
What viewpoints you're allowed to hold and what you're not. In a sort of
he's doing the whole like woke is bad thing. Woke people are so mad when you say things that they don't like. Woke people are so mad and you're not allowed to not be woke. That's what he's doing here.
Quasi-religious way. And when that happens, creativity is immediately stifled.
I mean, I would argue that, he raises a good point, but it is a minority of the left. It is a problem. Just because it's a minority doesn't mean it's not a problem. But again, it is something that needs to be spoken about. It's not spoken about enough. But ultimately, it's like we still have like an overwhelming amount of public support for left-wing ideas. And again, I don't know what his Marxist analysis is here.
Creativity dies under authoritarian regimes. That happens every single time. It happened in the communist countries throughout the 20th century.
The communist countries? Which ones?
Happened obviously in every authoritarian country. You just see...
Which one? Which ones? What are you referring to? Give an example of what you're talking about. Famously, the Soviets never did art. Famously, every Soviet state made no art during the USSR when it existed. It's so true that that's the case. Like, I love that this guy is like, I'm going to give you a Marxist analysis, and then he didn't do that, and then he just like repeated imperialist talking points about the USSR. He's like, no art. Just no art was allowed in the USSR. It's like, yeah, sure, if there was art that was critical of the party, it was oftentimes censored because constantly they were being infiltrated by imperialist actors, by agents of the USA, the imperial core, West Germany, West Berlin, the UK, France. It happened all the time. It was a period of incredibly horrific pressure upon Soviet countries, and also any other country that was trying to throw off the shackles of imperialism and capitalism, as lots of countries are still struggling with today. But there was still a lot of art allowed to be created under the Soviet regime. Like, for example, right, the guy who did the film Possession, he left Poland because he was working on a film and it didn't do too well, and then he went to West Berlin and he created a film, Possession, and it went really, really well. The Soviets were like, hey, why don't you come back and make some more films? And then he like directly made a film that was like super critical of the USSR. Like immediately, that's the first thing that he did, and he got censored. And of course, like another thing to remember here is that plenty of filmmakers who made art, artists who made art criticizing the USA and the UK were censored like all the time. Like think about Video Nasties, even though that wasn't about critique of power and stuff like that. I only had to search for art from the S to find a mountain of art from the USSR. Yeah, literally. There's definitely not hour-long videos on YouTube of Soviet funk and disco music, right? Is he only mentioning the communist countries as an example of authoritarian country? Yeah, definitely no other countries he can think of at the top of his head, yeah.
See creativity die, because the point being is that when you can have your career ended, or worse, be sent to prison for expressing a non-orthodox viewpoint.
Damn, dude, that could never happen. Damn, dude, that could never happen. That could never happen in the Imperial Core, could it? That could literally never happen. I think this guy like rushed this video out. I think what happened was. Do you know what? I'm just gonna like send him this. I'm gonna put this in the comments. Like, I think that what happened is he was like, oh look, Glastonbury's on. I remember when Jimmy Crimble, my hated enemy, my ultimate enemy, I remember when he went to Glastonbury and they all did that silly chant. They did all that silly chanting and I hated it. I hated how many people supported the Jam Man. I thought he had silly Billy baby politics, even though I'm a Marxism understander. There's so much counter-evidence to this idea of artless communism, even while acknowledging the flaws of how the USSR sometimes approached art and technology. Like, sure, it sucked that Soviet musicians didn't have access to the Mini-Moog or other Western synths, but they didn't, like, have no synthesizers. They just made their own. The Polybox is right there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, famously, McCarthyism never happened. The targeting of Jewish communists in American Hollywood filmmaking. Damn you, Jam Grandad! Yeah, that's what he's like. He hates the Jam Grandad. Like, oh, fucking hell, dude. This is like mindless.
Slant on something, or just in any way go against the prevailing.
He must have done it. Like, what time? Is there a way to find out what time a video was published? I don't know if there's a way to find out, like, exactly what time a video was published, but I think what happened was he woke up on the Saturday and he was like, right, the wife's out shopping. It's time for me to make an embarrassing YouTube video real quick. I'm not going to have time to edit it because if my wife sees that I'm saying this kind of shite, she'll leave me because it's embarrassing. And look at the state of me anyway. I think he was like, I know something cringe is going to happen at Glastonbury, but I can't tell what it is. And then he said all this stuff about the USSR and how it like censors everything and everyone. And then like Bob Villain said the thing that they said. Kneecap said a bunch of cool shit. So did Amel and the Sniffers. So did like literally every artist. Pretty much every artist. That's what my entire video was about that I published last night. Published it today, sorry. And it's like they all said something that pushed the boundaries. He's talking about like, there's no way that this could have. There's no way that the artists nowadays could push the boundaries or say anything like controversial anymore because it's all fine. You can say anything nowadays and it's literally okay. It's like, what are you on about?
Cultural orthodoxy that can have a humongous.
Like, all these things happened and directly contradicted what he's talking about.
Not that surprising, right? Creativity flourishes when you are allowed to express yourself freely.
Yeah.
And the consequences of doing so are very low or non-existent.
Yeah.
And we don't live in that society at the moment. We live in a society where there is, quite a lot of risk if you want to be an expressive person or go against it. I mean...
Yeah, that's right. And I wonder who is responsible for that. Who's responsible for that, neoliberal centrist dad?
The best example, given we're talking about Glastonbury 2025, is imagine a band coming out with an Israeli flag and saying they support Netanyahu or something. I mean...
My man is like, yo, you know what counterculture is and free expression of thought? It's when you can say, I love genocide. It's when you can say, I love genocide. And also, you can do this. You could do this. You could go to like a fucking town hall. You could go literally anywhere and be like, I love Netanyahu. I love genocide. I hate Gazans. And nothing would happen to you. Literally nothing would happen to you. What are you talking about? Have you been outside in the last 3, 4, even 30 years? What are you fucking talking about? Insane. Fucking people who support Israel turn up at pro-Palestine protests all the time, harass people there, attack them, steal things off them, steal flags, stand on them, all that kind of shit, and nothing happens to them. You absolute fucking dolt. Where is your brain? Chatting rubbish, just literally going on the internet and just being like, I'm gonna make a video.
There would be a riot. That wouldn't be allowed. There wouldn't
be a riot. It happens all the time. What are you talking about?
No, it wouldn't fly.
At Glastonbury, they might get like booed and bottled off the stage. Probably, because it's an incredibly unpopular opinion to say I love genocide. That's an incredible, like, fucking newsflash, buddy.
And
this guy is literally like, you know what, man? Counterculture is when you go, I love the Nazi party. I love what they do. It's great. I love genocide. I love imperialism. It's so cool.
Fly. Come on. It wouldn't fly. It wouldn't work.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't it fly, dude? Why not? Examine that. What's going on?
A band calling themselves the TERFs. and having a bunch of songs about gender critical awareness. No.
Gender critical awareness. Yeah, you're definitely a centrist, dude. Yeah, you're definitely a centrist. In only advocating for the right and criticizing the left. Incredible. This guy is like, counterculture is when you hate minorities, and that's good. You should be allowed to do that. You should have freedom of expression to do that. Not only do they have freedom of expression to do that and will receive no consequences for doing stuff like that, they regularly put on events just like Zionists.
That would probably suck, actually. I'm not even saying that would be good, but I'm just also saying it wouldn't be allowed. No one would go for it.
What point are you trying to make then? What point is he trying to make?
If it was good or it was bad, it would not fly. You have to admit.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, this guy is a great example. A great example of when you have so many books and you just think that, like, because you've read all these books, you're dead smart. Like, you can... Look, I'm going to be honest, chat. Sometimes I've got ADHD. Sometimes I read a book and I like, miss a bunch of paragraphs because I end up thinking about other stuff. Yeah? Like, the book I'm reading at the minute is insanely academic. It's very difficult to, like, pass sometimes because I find it really hard to read academic language. And you will find a lot of the time that, like, I guess I will find a lot of the time that I've, like, read a book and then someone says, oh, did you really like this bit? And I'll be like, shit, I don't remember that. I'm gonna have to go back and read it. And it's like, oh, damn, I just, like, missed that because my brain doesn't work properly. Like, and I think a lot of people like read books like that. Like, you ever hear the expression of like someone who eats books? Like, do you ever hear like, you know, that expression, like, oh, this person eats books? Like, I don't even know if they like absorb what's in them. I think like people like the aesthetic of books and having like a lot of things that they've read to be like, look at me, I've read all this stuff, I must be smart. That's why I'm putting it in my YouTube video called Neoliberal Centrist Dad. My YouTube channel called Neoliberal Centrist Dad. Anyway,
there are just a set of cultural orthodoxies that you
does he read them or does he just have them? Or maybe these are just like his wife's books. He was like, my wife's got a bookshelf. It's time to make some YouTube videos in front of the bookshelf.
Even like...
Okay, I've just realized what this is. I thought that this was like a whiteboard, but it looks like it's a cupboard. I didn't realize what that was. We'll have a look at the comments in a minute, Sorka. I'm often torn on that. I like having books, but I like depositing them in the free neighborhood libraries around town. Yeah. Well, it's good to spread books around. Like, if you've read a book and you're like, I don't think I'm going to get anything out of this anymore, pass it on to someone else. It's nice. It's nice to do that. Me as a kid, I had like 5 on the go at a time. They were mostly fiction, though, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, like, you could, I love books that you can, like, read like that. But, like, particularly non-fiction books are, like, really, really difficult. For me, anyway. Hey, Goddess, good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome in. Someone I know reads books all the time, prides himself of being a reader, a couple of books a week. Asked him some stuff about a book we both read. He could barely tell me much past the first 20 pages or so. Yeah, this happens. It's like a real thing. When I was a kid, the superpower I wanted the most was be able to like touch a book or a text and just absorb it. Flying, invisibility, strength, just give me books. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be really cool.
Don't hate black people or gay people or something.
Whoa. What?
Set of cultural orthodoxies that you have to buy into. And it isn't even like don't hate black people or gay people or something where you can just go, okay, I mean, fair enough. You know, we've come to a point in society where I feel like 95% of us at least can say that's fair enough, right? You know, let's not have a...
What is he going to say? He's going to say, I don't mind. He literally just said, I don't mind that it's wrong to hate black people or gay people. I don't mind that. But he's going to be like, but we need to be allowed to hate Palestinians and trans people. We need to be allowed to hate migrants. He's going to say that. Optimistic 95%. Hey, Bonbon C3PO, how you doing?
A brutally homophobic group or whatever, or, you know, a bunch of white supremacists. No, now we're talking about like some pretty prescriptive stuff. Right?
Like what?
Like you have to have a very particular set of viewpoints.
Like what?
On biological sex, whether it...
Oh my god, he's just a TERF. I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Exists or not. You're not allowed to have in any way a nuanced opinion on the Middle East.
Right. What is the nuanced opinion on the Middle East? His nuanced opinion, quote, nuanced opinion, is going to be that, like, Muslims are bad. That's going to be the entire thing. That's going to be all of it. It's going to be like Muslims are terrorists. That's going to be his, quote, nuanced opinion.
It is Israel's bad.
He did put his hand on his chest when he said white supremacists, didn't he? Also, he was like, Israel is bad. That's the opinion that everyone has to have. And it's like, yeah, I mean, genocide is bad. Hey, PM Geox, yeah, nonce opinion.
No, now we're talking about like...
Wait.
Or, you know, a bunch of white supremacists. No, now we're talking about like some pretty prescriptive... You know,
oh, did he not do that?
Let's not have a brutally homophobic group or whatever, or, you know, a bunch of white supremacists. No, now we're talking about...
He put his hand up like that, I don't know.
Stuff, right? Like you have to have a very particular set of viewpoints on biological sex, whether it exists or not. You're not allowed to have in any way a nuanced opinion on the Middle East. It is Israel's bad. Everybody else is good, including the Iranian theocracy, etc.
Yeah. What? By the way, most leftists do have a nuanced opinion on the Iranian state. Most leftists do. Most leftists are like, it would be good if people in Iran had more social freedoms, but I don't think that they deserve to get bombed. Like, I just don't think that this guy goes outside. I think that this guy like is on Twitter a lot and goes, that's what everybody thinks. You know, but if he like went outside and spoke to people, he would be like, oh right, yeah, like most people like have like a pretty good take on this. It's sad. He's just sad. He's just sad. He's just like a sad guy.
Crazy. And here's the thing. It's had a negative... I don't see how anyone can deny that this has had a negative effect on the creativity.
And also, like, I don't know, dude, maybe it's not up to us as, like, white people to sit here and be like, oh, these people in this brown country, these brown people in this brown country need to have, like, a more white country. They need to have a country like ours where, like, you know, you get, like, called a terrorist if you do direct action. Like, what are you talking about, bro? What are you fucking on about? He's never met a trans person. He's never met a Palestinian. He doesn't like look at the news from Gaza. He looks at all the mainstream media. That's all he does. That's all this guy does. And he's like, I'm a centrist.
Activity that's involved. And you can say, well, there's lots of reasons why rock music kind of had its time and it's kind of dead and it's kind of gone.
Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Right. What's happened? Here's what's happened. And I can relate to this mildly because I'm 35. Right? I'm 35. The world is rapidly changing. People like music that I've never heard of before, and it's a little worrying sometimes that I don't know who they are. I said it on the stream yesterday. It's in my new video. You know, I've never heard of fucking... Who was that yesterday? C-Tam or whatever? Who was the other one that I'd never heard of? Jordan, what's his face? Kate Nash. I don't really listen to Kate Nash. She's not new, but I don't really listen to her. What's the other one that we saw? Jade. I don't know who that is. Like literally, like fucking Download Festival exists in the UK. Got a Static's going to a rock music festival in a couple of weeks. It's crazy that he's saying rock music is dead. What he's talking about is just like he's like, I'm getting old and it's scary. And guess what, dude? I think everybody should empathize with that, but like the way that you like deal with that is you don't go like, I think people should be allowed to say that genocide's good. I think people should be allowed to say that a rogue state is good. I think it's good that we give this rogue state all of our money and they completely influence politics. Someone in the chat earlier, I think it was like Frazo, said that like Labour really did Jeremy Corbyn dirty. It was the Israel lobby that did Corbyn dirty. The reason that we don't have social safety nets in our country is because fucking Israel and the Zionist lobby were like, you can't have that guy head of state in the UK because he will recognize a Palestinian state that will completely undermine the genocide and the ethnic cleansing that we've been doing for the past 77 years. Can't do it. Can't have it. Not allowed. So everybody's just, all the media classes just got to keep talking about how he's an evil anti-Semite and he hates Jews, right? That's what happened. You know, and this guy's like, no, the nuanced opinion is that that state should have those rights. It should be able to do that. Mental. Crazy. No, yeah, Labour did give in to the Zionist lobby. I agree. People have a choice when that is presented to them. Yeah, you're right, Frazo. 1,000%. But yeah, just wanted to clarify. It, you know, obviously that's what it was. Literally, foreign interference in elections. That's what happened. And now we don't have fucking communist Sainsbury's. Insane. Anyway, did I miss anything in the chat? I missed a bunch of stuff. What could possibly cause the left to have a nuanced take on Iran? Yeah, I wonder what it is. Yeah, he just needs to talk to a real person. Yeah. It helps if you weren't plugged in even at age 12. Yeah. On some level, I do want people to say that stuff out loud so we know who to drop handbills on. Yeah, I mean, like, that's it. Look, PM Triox is obviously joking. No one is going to be dropping anvils on anybody. Yeah. But yes, it is good to know who those people are. And again, like, those people are not scared to say this stuff. They say it all the time. You know, they say it all the fucking time. Thanks for the follow, by the way, whoever that was. Makes me feel the same way when people are like, why don't I see fireflies anymore? And I'm like, are you actively looking for them or out at night regularly? It's like his opinion is, I don't partake in this subject, so it must not exist anymore. Yeah, but like, the truth about that, though, I read this the other day, and I think that, like, that is true. I think this is, like, an actual thing, yeah. As someone like Dims, why are fireflies disappearing? I don't know if this is like an actual study or whatever. What is this? Yale E360? Oh, this is like an educational website from Yale's, published at the Yale School of Environment. This is a paper on it, or like, oh, it's an article, I guess. I don't know about the legitimacy of this, but I think that fireflies are at risk of extinction, and I think their numbers are dwindling. So yeah, I think you probably can find some fireflies if you like go outside, but I know what you're saying. I understand the sentiment of what you're saying anyway. Got a static, yeah. I have a ton around me still. I guess it's just my bias. Yeah. Also, like maybe the species in your area are like surviving, and that's good. But anyway, I don't know. Someone have a read through of that if you're interested. I was planning on reading this soon anyway. Yeah, you're in a heavily wooded area. Yeah. Is there any movement on this, by the way? Do we know what's going on here? Big beautiful bill. It's passed. It's passed. The tax bill has been passed. Senate Republicans barely pass. No. Vice President J.D. Vance had to cast the tie-breaking vote after 50-50 Senate deadlock. Oh, no.
The American people want, and I hope very much we can defeat it. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Today, Senate Republicans betrayed the American people and covered this chamber with shame.
The Sergeant of Arms will restore order. The Sergeant.
What's going on? Who's yelling?
The Sergeant of Arms will restore order in the galley. The Sergeant of Arms will restore order.
Oh, there's like a public gallery and people are yelling.
Restore order in the galley. Sergeant of Arms will restore order in the galley.
Dude, that's crazy. John Fetterman defected? Fucking loser. What a loser.
Will explode to levels we have never seen.
Oh, there he is.
Special interests get a permanent tax break. This is not what the country needs. This is not what the American people want. And I must say this, Republicans bent and twisted and pushed the rules and the norms of the Senate to get this bill done, and they have done grave damage to this chamber when they did it.
Yeah, the person in the gallery was speaking truth, yeah.
Tax breaks for billionaires. Today's vote.
Well, you did it. You did it, Republicans. I mean, look, right? What's going to happen because of this is there are just going to be more and more working class people, marginalized people who are affected by this. There's going to be more and more pushback. You know, we're seeing with the ICE raids that are happening, there have been like organic community defense mechanisms happening, being built around these raids. And all that this is going to do is it's going to further empower the trade union movement. It's going to further empower working class people. You know, not through any government help, but by pushing and pushing and pushing them to the breaking limit. And people are going to see it. You know, the contradictions are becoming so clear. Every working person all over the Imperial Core could just see, particularly with a bill like this that is designed to put more money in the hands of billionaires, that they are being shafted, right? And all the American public sees is how much money is going to Israel, billions and billions of dollars to Israel. They're doing a fucking genocide. Everybody knows it. Billions and billions of dollars to the war in Iran, literally helping Israel with their illegal war in Iran. And they are now taking more money out of the USA average working person, there will just simply be a rebellion or some kind of fucking civil war. And all solidarity, I don't take any pleasure in saying that to my American, watchers and viewers. Like, solidarity, like, again, it's just more and more of a reason to get out there and organize in your local community. Like, do the things that are gonna keep you safe. Join an ICE defense, community defense organization and stuff. It's like messed up. Oh, thanks, Frazo. Sorry, I saw that. This was published at like 12 p.m. noon on Saturday morning British time. So yeah, seems like you were spot on. Yeah, this centrist dad. Oh, God. And the Democrats are just fucking useless, aren't they? Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got like Zoran Mamdani there. He's doing so much work. He's like proved that socialist policy can get you elected. That's what the people want. When it's socialism or barbarism, people overwhelmingly choose socialism. And all the Democrats are like, he was personally anti-Semitic to me, and I'm not even Jewish. Mental. It's mental that it's just crazy. It's fucking crazy, man. Anyway, let's continue on with this fucking brain rot.
Gone the way of something like jazz music. Right? It's now a museum piece. It's now a reference of itself. It's life is a real creative force that is ever changing and has new things to offer.
The worst of the anti-trans stuff was removed from the bill before the vote. Oh, okay, that's good. That's a good stuff. Can you get me a link on that, Shafiq Layla?
Offer that we've never heard before is gone. That's dead. Much the same way, we had that with jazz. Jazz sort of starts out in the 1920s in New Orleans, goes through loads of different evolutions. You end up with swing bands in the 30s and 40s.
You could tell that this guy just does not listen to music, because there are literally jazz artists nowadays.
After the Second World War ends, you end up with bebop and Charlie Parker, and then bebop goes in all sorts of different
Hey, Ninny, how are you
directions,
doing? Good to see you.
Free jazz, and then you end up with jazz fusion, where jazz essentially marries with rock, but really it's funk. And then that's kind of it. That was kind of its last iteration. It was the last time jazz did something new and exciting that wasn't.
Oh my God, dude! I swear to God.
That hadn't been done before, right? Since then,
like most libs, history starts at World War II. Yeah,
trying to continue in the jazz fusion.
It's a thread on Erin Reed's Substack,
which isn't.
Let's take a look. Yeah, I can't find it. Okay. Maybe it's a thread on her Blue Sky? Okay, here we go. Incredible news for trans people. The Medicaid provision is out of the Trump horror bill. It did not require a point of order vote, and instead, Republicans pulled it out on their own, likely knowing they would lose the vote. Good job, anyone, for calling their senators. That is great. That is great. Still, on the down news, the bill has passed the Senate. The bill will devastate all communities if it returns to the House and they pass it. Yeah. Yeah, making noise does work. Yeah, it does. Okay. Well, that's great. That's great news. I mean, it's still bad. But it's a silver lining. Every cloud's got one, chat. Every cloud has got one. Yeah.
Stylistically, not that different from what, Miles Davis or whoever was doing in the 70s. He
complains about things not being counterculture enough, but he only knows mainstream shit. Skill issue, yeah. This guy's music taste feels very much like it was perfect when I was a teen and now it all sucks. Yeah, but if you went to when he was a teen, this guy only looks like he's about 10 years older than me. So he might be 45, 40. I don't know. Something like that. So if he's 10 years older than me, that means that he was growing up in the 80s. And there was so much garbage in the 80s. There was so much garbage in the 80s. Par exemple. Par exemple. Sorry, YouTubers. YouTubers back in. All right, thanks, VOD watchers, for your patience. We just watched, Black Lace. You really didn't miss anything except for the Ghostbusters tune. Brings me back a little. Brian Ferry on Tape was one of my favorite songs as a nipper. Brian Ferry. Need to do a rewatch now. Yeah, Ghostbusters is a great film. All the 80s celebrities that no one remembers. That's right.
Trad jazz, where people are going back to older forms of jazz, that's much more common, where people are just trying to basically be bebop groups in much the same way, trying to sound basically like they're in the late 50s.
I think this guy went to a jazz gig and then got mad.
Or Dixieland or whatever. Basically the idea being that jazz isn't developing anymore, really. And maybe there's probably some group in San Francisco or wherever who are actually doing really new, bold things with jazz.
He admits that there's things that he might not know. He's like, yeah, maybe there's a band somewhere doing the things that I would want to see, but I've never seen them, so whatever. I'm just going to keep complaining about a thing that only affects me. Mental. Firefly article, TLDR, global species decline was due to the usual suspects, habitat destruction, blue light pollution, water pollution, pesticides, harvesting the glow chemicals. But we're starting to see a reversal of some of the decline now as there's more conservation measures being taken. There's some info about places you can look to help your local populations too. Thank you, Beanie Gaby. That's what I meant to do. Yeah, he's in dire need of a script. He's the guy who was told he was no talent. No talent! You're a no talent!
And actually, if you were tuning into it, you could see it. But the point being is that that's a really, really
such a good
thing.
Video.
But it's not part of the... It's not in the center of the culture at all anymore. And I think that's happened to rock music. I think we're now at a point where rock music really just isn't the center of the culture at all.
Bro, this is Bob Vylan's main tune. This is one of Bob Vylan's main tunes. He's like, rock is not in the mainstream. It's not in the mainstream of what you want to hear. But this is literally a band that was playing at Glastonbury hours after he made this tune. The song We Live Here is a full-on hardcore punk song. Yeah, it's crazy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh, this guy. I feel sorry for him, actually.
I think maybe that would have happened with Spotify anyway, this kind of eternal now that we live in, and you can get the whole back catalogue of every single group ever made. And it's
eternal now.
Touch your fingers, and that's probably had an effect. I don't doubt it. But I think also... I do think the culture of the left has had a negative effect. Because I feel it as a writer all the time, in terms of what...
You're a writer. He's a writer. He's a writer. Whoa. The honest oh my god, look at it, look at his other content. Look at his other content. The truth about migrant hotels, why free speech is under threat in Britain. Is he gonna, if he doesn't talk about fucking Bob Villain in this video, I'm gonna be mad as hell. Here's the most right-wing anti-Brexit argument I could think of. Trigger warning. Hey, Middle-earth Marxist, yeah, he's London is wonderful. Okay, he did a good video about London. Why the British right should lay off the capital. Yeah, alright, cool. The Tories are dead. This is why you should care. Wait, why? What does he write? He's got an Eraserhead cover photo with the man in the moon. What is going on? I need to find this guy on Twitter again. Wait, did I keep his tweet? Lord Ashcroft. I don't think I kept his I don't think I kept his tweet. No, I didn't. Is he like a full namer on Twitter? Neoliberal centrist dad. This guy. It's this guy. Neoliberal. Oh my god, he's got a Substack. Nick Tyrone is his name. Oh, he just fucking like. He just posts his videos. He just posts his videos on his Substack. That's all he does. Why Iran are the bad guys? Oh my god. Oh no. I explore this topic. Wait, does he actually write about it? Alright, let's see what he writes. I believe passionately in free speech. As a liberal, it is one of the cornerstones of my belief system. I fundamentally think we have the right to offend one another. Yes, incitement to violence is an important limit on speech, but I think the bar for that to be enforced needs to be remarkably high. A lot of people are worried about the state of free speech in Britain. Some people go as far to say we have a two-tier justice system with right-wing people getting treated more harshly than left-wing people when they say things that at least verge on incitement. I'd like to say this idea is far-fetched and overblown. Just another example of the lunacy of the online right, placing it somewhere along anti-vax conspiracy theories. The only thing I'm finding it more and more difficult to dismiss. Oh, no! Lucy Connolly is in prison for 31 months for a post on social media. Your politics will, at least 99% of the time, tell you that whether you think the sentence is completely justified or you believe she's a political prisoner, the most shining example of two-tier justice in modern Britain. Bro, she said that migrants should be killed. She posted the location of fucking, like, migrant hotels on Twitter and was like, go here and burn this. "51-word online post in the wake of the Southport killings led her to jail." When have we got it? She deleted it 3.5 hours later. Do we get to see what it said? Oh, dude. This fucking sucks. I am so certain that this person was like, here is a migrant hotel, go and set it on fire. I'm so certain that that happened, dude. Like, what is he talking about? Cowered it out so they don't get dinged themselves, yeah. As a liberal, I really like all the Tories' points and hate the left, proving my brainness, yeah. Author of several books is not something any real author would call themselves. Wait, did it? What? What books? What books? Watching all these left of Labour MPs showboating today just reminds me how thankful we should be that Jeremy Corbyn never became Prime Minister. Imagine how awful that would have been. How? I may have found his Wikipedia page. Put it in the chat. What? Where are his books? He's the research director of the Jobs Foundation. What is the Jobs Foundation? An independent charity that champions the role of business as a force for good. He's published articles in The Spectator, The Daily Express, The Independent, and The New Statesman. Wait, what? This guy is a real journalist? He's 52! I thought he was 45! Orange Book Liberalism. This is crazy, dude. This is crazy. This is so funny that this guy's YouTube video is so bad. Ahead of the 2015 general election, Tyrone predicted the Liberal Democrats would receive 70% of the popular vote, and the vote share for the two largest parties appeared on course for an all-time low. The two largest parties subsequently both increased their vote share, and the Liberal Democrats got 7.9. In 2015, Tyrone argued that fellow pro-Europeans should give their gratitude to Nigel Farage for hanging around the British political scene just a little bit longer, as he believed it would ensure the pro-Europeans win. And in 2016, we voted to leave the European Union. This guy's so funny. This guy made a career of being wrong. How do you do this, dude? How does this happen? How does this happen? He made a oh my god, he's got his own book. I just realized. I was like, what is this book here? Apocalypse Delayed? And it's one of his own books. He wrote a book called Apocalypse Delayed. What are you talking about? Why the left is still in trouble. It sounds like this guy would take a fart for hanging around in the lift. My man bought his own book. Oh, here we go. What really upsets me is it is really difficult to find anyone who thinks none of the group comprising Connolly, Kneecap, and Bob Villain should be imprisoned. Most people think Colony definitely should be, but to even suggest Kneecap ought to be investigated is some kind of British colonialism at work, while you have people on the right who will go to bat for Connolly's right to offend, but then shout about how we need to lock Bob Villain up. I don't know, man. Maybe it's because Bob Villain is saying, like, the current modern-day version of the Nazi Party should be, like, ended. And also, like, the British who occupy Northern Ireland, which is colonialism. It's some sort of British colonialism. Britain occupies Northern Ireland. That is colonialism. That is what that is. There was no mandate for it. You know, insane. Like, completely insane. Anyway, this guy's an idiot. I can't believe this guy's like, I'm an author. I'm an author.
What you can write or what you can't write, and if you in any way veer away from the cultural norm, then that's it. I mean, you're stuck.
This guy's definitely got a copy of the Turner Diaries, 1000%.
You're either cancelled.
He's got a copy of Mein Kampf and the Turner Diaries.
Ridiculed, or everybody says shut up.
I mean, you can have copies of those books and, like, read them to understand how, like, stupid they are. I've heard people say that, and that's like a thing that you should do, and then you should burn the book afterwards. You shouldn't pay for them, and you should burn the book afterwards. But, like, this guy would definitely not do that. He would not be reading the Turner Diaries or Mein Kampf to be like, oh, this is so silly. It's like, oh, Hitler was just like a little bean.
About this stuff, and everybody gets very upset. You kind of have to play the game. And by the way, I'm not even saying that the right doesn't do this. The right does it all the time. I mean, if you want a great example, I'm someone who's fairly centre-right in lots of stuff. On the economy, I'm very, I'm fairly small state, low tax. I am very much in a sort of...
He's a libertarian.
...sense. I think people should kind of be able to do what they want.
He's a libertarian.
Interfering.
He's a libertarian.
Unless it's absolutely necessary. But... and I wrote...
Kept the Mossad propaganda book I was forced to get in university. It was illuminating how sick they are, yeah.
I've worked for centre-right think tanks, writing about how I think business is great, about how...
We know, dude, we know. We know you think business is great.
But really, I found myself, when I really wrote about Brexit a lot, about how I didn't like Brexit and how I thought Brexit was a bad idea and a terrible mistake, and I really wrote about Brexit a lot in the negative between 2021 and 2024, really. That was the peak of... So about 3 years.
He's an I've got mine, fuck you type lib, yeah.
Right, to a large extent. People were just said, you've gone crazy. That was a classic one. You've gone crazy. This is a thing you hear a lot of, by the way. If you go against the culture...
He's got a favourite anime character ambiguously.
You've gone crazy if you have a different a viewpoint. And that... Sometimes people do go crazy, by the way. I think all that...
Has he got back to me?
Bill Gates is using 5G to use the vaccine to blow your brain up or whatever. I mean, all that stuff is kind of crazy, and flat Earth, and so there is a point where all this stuff is crazy. But it's amazing now that I think because of the way maybe social media works, if you deviate in any way from the norm, then you're considered nuts, at least by that side. Right? So the right for ages were thinking I was nuts because I was talking so much about why I thought Brexit was bad. And they weren't engaging, by the way, in any way with any of my arguments about why Brexit was bad. They just said, well, to not like Brexit is crazy or makes you left-wing or some combination of those two things. I would say, having said that, I think the right have fewer topics on which that is the case. I think they cancel people... on fewer, that happens less. I think on the left there's a lot less patience for...
Don't do that. Don't do what I just did. Never ever do that.
With Glastonbury, which has
I'm just interested. I'm just genuinely interested in what his opinions are on the age of consent. I just genuinely am interested in
children of rich people who get together in a field in Somerset and essentially celebrate an art form that is dead and has become a museum piece. And given that the music isn't really the interesting thing anymore, and there's nothing new that's happening in that space with the music, essentially it just becomes a space for their very left-wing politics. And
meow. Did you hear him, chat? Meow. Right. Yesterday. Right. Here is the VOD of my stream from yesterday. Literally about... Where is it? Where is it? Look. Literally right here. Literally right here. There it is. There it is. See that, chat? I spoke without even moving my lips. Crazy. It's crazy how I can do that. Meow. He's so loud. He's so loud. People who take down their pants and just have a shit right in the middle of Glastonbury have more class. They do, yeah. They just do. Also, you know, the moment they get any pushback, they fold immediately, I'm convinced most of these Israelis that go out of their way to do shit like this, it's just a fetish. Also, hi, Alejandro. How are you doing? How media literate is he when it comes to bands like Rage Against the Machine or Dead Kennedys? I'll ask him that. I'll ask him that when he gets back to me on Twitter. I don't know if he will. I don't know if he's gonna do that. So we'll see. I guess we'll see. We're near the end of the video now, so let's see what he's got to say.
Like, if you don't have those politics, then why would you go? Because in a sense, the politics has become what it's actually about. What it's about is Jeremy Corbyn saying,
"Bro, you said 10 minutes ago. You said 10 minutes ago that Glastonbury has always been about the politics. It's always been left wing. What is your problem?
Don't build walls, build bridges. It's about people waving Palestinian flags. That's become the point of it.
God.
Because as the music has become less interesting and it's a bunch of mostly older bands just sort of doing their greatest hits from 30 years ago or whatever, and there's certainly no excitement in the music.
Bro, there were so many new bands who were playing at Glastonbury. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? My literal, like, real life friend acquaintance Jasmine 4T was like playing at Glastonbury. She's literally a DIY musician. Like, what are you talking about? What are you on about?
That's what it's become.
Hey Aslan, how are you doing?
And
he doesn't pay attention to music one bit. This is crazy.
I guess what rankles is the hypocrisy.
Go follow Aslan, everybody.
It's this idea of left-wing people who supposedly care so much about inequality having this completely indulgent weekend that costs them all a packet and that you can only go to if you have a mass amount of basically, free money floating around.
What is he fucking talking about? I'm being so serious right now. I'm being so serious. I'm someone who survived on less than the minimum wage for a long time. And yeah, when I got a job, it was very, very good, but I was on minimum wage. And yeah, on minimum wage, you can save money. Like, it's possible to do that. Like, if you really want to go to Glastonbury, you can do that. Like, I don't know what this guy's talking about. Like, £400. Yeah, it sucks that things are £400, but guess why things are £400? Because the people who run Glastonbury made it £400. Because the music industry makes it so that bands, you have to book the bands and they have to cover their costs. And so that's the amount of money that they think, oh, okay, well, we're going to do that and make a profit with it. That's how it works. The problem that you have, dude, is with capitalism, right? It's not like all the left that thinks that Glastonbury is good and fine, that it's £400. I wish Glastonbury was free. It would be so good, Oh, this guy's just chatting rubbish. Literally, people save all year for festivals. It's one of the small joys they get. Exactly, as working class people. Like, shit class analysis, nightmare stuff.
Money. To then go sit and talk about...
Yeah, he's doing the same, like, you're a communist and like, you have a smartphone. Okay. Vuvuzela.
You're all just basically sitting in a field agreeing with each other, oh, yeah.
Yeah, and, like, you know what, dude? Also, famously... I mean, dude, like, famously, the left doesn't all get on. And also, you want to talk about, like, oh, all you do is go there and sit in a field and agree with each other. Yeah, it's like cool to be around people who share your values. I don't know about that, dude. Like, if I'm sat in a room with like a person who hates queer people, I get like really tense because I think they're gonna stab me. Like, you know what I mean? If I'm in a room with like a transphobe, I get really upset for my trans friends and scared that they're in harm's way. Like, what are you talking about? Known member of the Liberal Democrats. Oh my god, this is so good. I've just realized what happened here. Wait. Political forecasting. Ahead of the 2015 general election, Tyrone predicted that the Liberal Democrats would receive 70% of the popular vote. The vote share for the two largest parties appeared on course from all-time low. He was wrong about that, and then he left, and then wrote loads of articles saying how they're so annoying and bad. He was in the party for 8 years. He was in the party for 8 years, and he was like, this year we're going to have such a large vote share, and then he was wrong, and he was like, I hate the Liberal Democrats. They're cringe. That's so good. This is so stupid.
From the river to the sea, and oh yeah, trans rights are human rights, and
bro, there's nothing you can say anymore that's going to annoy me. There's nothing else that you can say that's going to, like, quote unquote trigger me.
Everything else, and Jeremy Corbyn will back that up with his, don't build walls, build bridges, but not here, obviously. Obviously, we need walls around Glastonbury, because otherwise the hoi polloi would come in, and that would be horrible.
Yeah, damn, dude. Like, guess what? Most leftists think that Glastonbury should be free, right? But, however, conversely, I reckon most leftists will probably say, yeah, there probably should be, like, a limit of people who are able to attend a festival, because otherwise, it'll be, like, a health and safety nightmare. People can get crushed. It's probably already, like, extremely overcrowded. You know? This guy really is in the liberal lolcow microcosm, yeah. Yeah, every time we learn new things about him, it gets funnier.
It's the hypocrisy of the whole thing. And I don't really understand how people who are on the left don't see it. That's
yeah, but we do. And it's not hypocrisy. It's not hypocrisy because not every leftist... I'm not setting the prices of Glastonbury. We don't have, like, a vote to be like... every leftist is responsible for Glastonbury. What are you talking about? What are you fucking on about?
And I will leave it there. I know this was a bit...
Yeah, good. You should have left it, like, here, dude.
If you got this far, thank you for listening. I did think I did, in the end, come around to a point on Glastonbury. I saw the Corbyn...
Wait, what? What did he say?
Experimental video in places. If you got this far, thank you for listening. I did think I did, in the end, come around to a point on Glastonbury.
He's unsure. He's unsure. Oh, this is so good. Like, failed writer also, like, for some reason doesn't write scripts for his YouTube videos, and then, does like a free flow, tries to be like a streamer or something, and then is like, oh, I'm not sure if I made a point. Anyway, just fart it out. This is crazy, man. This is crazy stuff. Moral consistency is always hypocrisy in liberals' minds because they have literally zero morals, yeah. He hasn't said whether he's actually been to Glastonbury. That's so true. That's so true. He's made me really want to go to Glastonbury next year, by the way. And the irony of it is that with some of the people that I know in the, like, contemporary music industry, I might be able to get in for free or a heavily discounted price. Possibly. So I might try that. I might try that next year.
I saw the Corbyn speech about the walls and bridges, and I just thought it was ridiculous, and it just pissed me off. And I thought, okay, I'm going to sit down and do a video. And then
that's another several books finished.
Really thought it through. But
Glastonbury isn't on next year. Well, whatever, the one after, 2027.
Because I think that's the way to get better at doing this. Because actually sometimes trying to find your point while you're doing it, you can get somewhere more interesting than if you're trying to write it out all beforehand and you're just... I might as well just write an article if I'm going to write an article.
I mean, you're right. He's so right. You do get something more interesting if you just say words. It's more interesting to me.
I'd rather, if I'm going to do this as a separate form.
This is so funny, man. This is so crazy.
Anyway, thank you for listening. I'm Nick Tyrone.
You're welcome, Nick.
If you like this video in any way, please watch my other ones. Like and subscribe.
Oh, yeah, you better believe we're going to watch some of your other ones. You better believe it, dude. You better believe it. Right, chat. That's the end of it. That's the end. Thank you so much for being here. It's been good. I've really enjoyed it today. We're going to have more brain rot reaction stuff to come. Don't forget tomorrow I'm going to have Sophie on the stream, and we're going to do the official watch party for her new video, Shikata Nagai, the Mars Trilogy, where she talks about that. So we're going to watch that, so make sure to stop by for that tomorrow. It will be very fun. It will be very good. And then I'll be back on Thursday, and we'll be doing some more brain rot. Some more brain rot and nonsense stuff. That will be great. So we're going to raid someone. Thank you so much for all the donos today. Thank you for all the follows. We had some new folks in the stream, which was really nice. Proof that, like, me publishing little videos of my stream and putting them on a second channel is actually bringing more people to the stream. So that's very, very good. So if you haven't already and you're in the Twitch chat, please go to the pinned message at the top of the chat. I'll put it in the chat again just so everybody can see it. Please go and like, comment, and subscribe to that video if you haven't already. It's my new video on my new channel, my Twitch Clips channel. Give it likes. Honestly, chat, if you start off a video with like 20 likes, it tends to like snowball and get like a bunch more views than it would do otherwise. So I know that like some people might be like a little skeptical about how much it helps, but it really does help in the algorithm if you like and comment, particularly if there's a comment as well, and if you give me that watch time as well. You know, support your boy. That's what it is. So please go ahead and do that if you haven't already. But thank you so much, everybody who's helped out already and done that. And also people who've subbed off Twitch, followed, all that business. I've had a lot of fun today. It's been good. Let's go raid someone. We are going to go and raid. You know what? They're going to have a lot of good takes about the US Senate vote. And I know that it might be like a drop in the ocean or whatever. Like, however many people are in the stream here today, heading over to the Majority Report, but we're going to go raid the Majority Report because they're going to have some good takes, and I think Sam's doing his call-in show, which is always good to watch. So yeah, we are going to go ahead and do that as soon as the viewers have been collected. Okay, all right, chat. Here is the raid message. There you go. Oh, shit. Raid 2. There it is as well. All right. I will see you all tomorrow with the stream with Sophie, and I'll see you on Thursday as well. Yeah, thanks so much for being here. Stay excellent to each other. Peace, 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 peace. See you in a bit.